All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome. We have one workshop item on our agenda this evening, so we will begin with that. That is going to be 201 North Street. This is map 42, lot 21, and this is a sketch plan review for a proposed amendment to a previously approved plan. And this is presented this evening by Saco Technics and 300 North LLC. Anything to add, Emily?
Just major changes are really to remove the garages, do slightly different configuration with the parking. I'm sure Henry will go over that with you, but bringing it forward to sketch plan review so the board could give feedback. Also, the elevations for the buildings are changing. So we gave you some info here. We did share it with other departments. We've met with the team. I don't think we're too concerned about anything specifically on our end, but certainly open it up for the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Emily. Board members, do you have any questions for Emily at this moment? Emily, I had one quick question for you. There was a note in here about sort of the background. Is there the transfer of ownership? Did that happen at the staff level, or is that part of this review as well?
Oh, we did that a few months back. The board did it.
Okay, we did do that.
Yeah.
Okay, that wasn't specific, and I couldn't find my notes for it quickly enough, so, okay, thank you. All right, with that, we have the applicant with us this evening. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the board. Good to see you all tonight. My name is Henry Hess. I'm a landscape architect with Saco Technics, representing the applicant this evening. Once the project was previously approved in the last year, or back in 2021, and then the transfer ownership went through, I believe the board also voted through that as well. After the applicant showed their technical capacity, they were able to start working on some of the utilities out there and get started. But in order to actually continue, they wanted to amend their site plan. As part of that, it's really just it's a new footprint. You'll see the previously approved plan here on the screen with the proposed amendment kind of here. And the major difference is, as Emily said, is really it's the access to each unit as opposed to individual drives. Up next to each unit, it would be just a singular drive. So the previous unit approved was 46 by 48. These are 46 by 36. Essentially just doesn't have the garage entry anymore. Right now they're proposing to provide more landscape. The footprint itself is smaller overall because of the lack of garage. And you'll see actually the driveways themselves, previously approved, there was only 18 feet between the face of what would have been the garage and the back of sidewalk. So anything like a large vehicle, like a truck, something like that may actually hang over into the sidewalk potentially. So this gives a little bit more space with 20 feet between the actual edge of what would be the parking area and the back of sidewalk. 5-foot landscape area. And then instead of a total of 46 foot wide, while I recognize that's kind of two separate curb cuts there, or two separate entry drives, this is 36 feet wide. So it still allows for that 4-foot park or 4-space parking in front of the units. The rest of the site, there was some additional parking around the site. The rest of that site is intended to remain in terms of all the parking spaces that were dotted around the site. I believe there are 3 or 4 to the rear of the site. And then towards the middle, there was another 5 or 6. So a total of 75 overall between 4 at each unit, plus the additional parking around the site. So those are the major changes. Overall, it's about just under 8,000 square feet, or about 8,000 square feet of impervious reduction. What they'll be submitting, or the intent in submitting with the amendment, is really the grading and drainage to remain the same to the extent that we just have to update the driveway grading, make sure the spot grades still work, but the intent would be to drain and grade the same way it was done previously. Even though there is a reduction in impervious, the stormwater treatment is intended to remain in terms of the size and scale, so it would actually be over-treating to have a little bit more capacity than intended, given the reduction in impervious. I guess those are kind of the highlights there. I did provide also the footprint for each building. So previously, you'll see there was that garage space to the front highlighted there, and the dimensions being 46 by 48. This was the first floor, again, living, dining room. I don't want to go too far in the weeds of the floor plans, but same thing, 3 bedrooms and 2 baths upstairs and 1 bath downstairs is the previous approved. And then what's proposed is the same thing where you have living, dining, a bathroom downstairs, and then upstairs on the same sheet here is 3 bedroom with 2 bath upstairs. The elevations, previously approved, you see it's the vertical siding here, very similar in the proposed condition. You'll see all the sides here, really converting to more living space in there, and no garages. But you'll see even the front facades here in the top right, very similar to what was previously approved there. But that is kind of the overall highlights of the proposed amendment to the subdivision. There's no new units being added. The intent would be that the footprints are really just placed outside of shifting them back a little bit to allow for a slightly more space up front. Everything's within that same footprint of the previous building, including the patio to the front of the previous building, the back of the patio to the front of the previous building. So we're going to make sure that in coming forward with an amendment, we'll be adjusting the grading and drainage to make sure we're still grading and draining to the same locations we did previously for treatment. No new changes to the photometric plans, and like I said, no new units, so we don't really intend to, there's not any new traffic that would be coming to this subdivision. But those are the highlights, and they're certainly open to the board's feedback and here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any comments from board members? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I had a couple of things that I'd kind of picked up on during my review. First one, Mr. Hess, was the parking stalls. Our city engineer's review had called out, and I thank you for your drawings, and I thank you for the previously approved design, because I was here for the transfer of ownership, but I couldn't dig through and load off the website for the August 2022 approval to get the original design, so thank you for bringing that tonight. But those parking stalls, you have them indicated as being 20 feet long. Mm-hmm. Our ordinance 230-1002 for parking design reads that parking areas basically in front of garage doors shall be 9 by 22. No parking spaces shall obstruct or intrude into a sidewalk or driveway. Mm-hmm. So if you come forward, I'd like to understand more how that's going to satisfy our parking design standards with this new design. I had another question with regards to the elevations that you showed. I see the first floor plan, the front elevation is the easiest one to grab. First floor plan, grade level of the first floor, and the front elevation, I think, is what you had. You'll show the second floor at 10 feet above finished floor, and then you show the top plate at 19 feet, so we're now at 29 feet above the first floor. And you didn't have an actual show of the peak, the ridge line of the structure. We also have a code or ordinance in our collection, 230-2103, which is the height of structures. And I believe in this zoning district it is 35 feet. Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering if you can give us more detail of how that roof line will fall into that. Because this is the vertical distance between the existing grade, so before you even started building, not necessarily the first floor grade, but the existing grade, at the highest point around the footprint of the existing or proposed structure, and the highest point of the structure itself, excluding chimneys, steeples, antennas, and similar appendices, which have no floor plan. So, if you can, maybe when you come back, make sure we have some detail on the overall height of that structure, if you would, please. I was kind of looking, the dumpster, and like I said, previous approved and the new, and it may not fall under our purview for this review, kind of the intended turning movements for that, being midway, what the proposed turning movements for a vehicle picking that up would be. And like I said, I apologize if it's the same location that was approved by the previous board, that's great, but if it's changed, I think it's important that we see a truck turning movement overlay as to where your intended path of travel will be when they're servicing that container. I think those were the kind of the three items, Mr. Chair, that kind of popped out at me. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members? Jim?
I thought I read someplace, Henry, that either the city engineer or the fire department, they were concerned about access to building 17, to be able to get around that. Did you see some notes on that?
I don't know if I have seen those notes on that. What was the concern, if you could explain it to me?
I think it was just making sure that there would be sufficient access, depending upon, if there was a fire in that building, yeah, access for trucks to be able to get around to take care of that. I looked at the overall plan, and I guess Building 17 is the one at the very, very end. And it looks like there's some turning radius, and it looks like there is some access there, but I didn't know if you had any thoughts on whether or not that needs to be adjusted.
That's a great point. We should gain a little space around the building with a smaller footprint. So in terms of, all the footprints should be in roughly the same location, just given the fact that the sizing is a little different. But hopefully we actually end up with a little bit more space around that than previously approved. But yeah, I know when the project came through back in 2021 and then again in 2024, the site layout hasn't really changed from there, from what the fire department approved previously. So the intent would really be keeping the site as best as it could to meet the intent of the ordinance with the approved amendment or the proposed amendment there.
So I found the comment by the fire department, Dave Pendleton. His comment was in quotes, "Any chance the developer would be willing to revisit an emergency access near Building 17." That was his. Now that may be beyond our purview, given the limited sort of review that we'll be doing on this amendment. But just any thoughts you had on that,
Jim, now that I have a little more context, I appreciate you reading that to me there. I do remember that back when this project was coming through a number of years ago, and I believe the thought was we would have to work with one of the abutters, given the access there, in terms of getting easement access to actually punch all the way through. And at that time, the answer was no, but certainly if that question can be raised. But as we are just looking at updating the footprints as opposed to kind of reworking the whole site, that is something we'll certainly talk to staff about and come back to you with.
That's great. Thanks. That's all I had.
Great, thank you, Jim. Any other thoughts from board members? I don't have anything else to add, Henry. I think this is good. I know during our review, there were some comments and concerns about parking along that street. So I think the added flexibility of more parking spaces off the street for each unit, I think that's well received, I guess, at least in my opinion. So I think that helps. So I guess other than that, you're going to verify and clarify Jeff's question on the parking stall size. And I know Jeff mentioned that size in front of a garage, and I think you can clarify that.
Sure.
You'll work on the building height. You'll clarify the dumpster location has or has not moved, and touch base with Chief Pendleton on the Building 17 comment there. I think it seems like there's some more opportunity, more space given that parking layout to maneuver. Maybe that's the thought, but Yeah, I think that's,
Certainly hopeful that with the previous approval and looking at each individual driveway, you'll see that it really segments the sidewalk. This hopefully, to your point, should provide a little bit wider turning in the interior there, as well as a smoother circulation path, as
yeah,
opposed to a lot of ups and downs. You have a little bit more of a continuous walk.
sure.
But yeah, I've got the notes on parking, confirm height requirements, truck turning overlay for the trash truck if the location's changed. Confirm with fire department about access out back. And I think those are the only ones I had there. I just wanted to, I mean, we'll confirm with staff as well, but from the board's perspective, the intent would not really be submitting any additional photometrics, anything like that. It would be, unless we find the light pole has to move, we would certainly keep the same photometrics that were previously approved. But if the light poles aren't going to end up moving, the previous photometric plan would just be, previously approved photometric plan would be used.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. We're looking at building footprint, the design of the building, and sort of that curb cut for each driveway access, so that's, yep.
Okay.
Great,
Thanks for your time, everyone.
thank you very much. All right. Good evening, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Planning Board and valued community representatives. I welcome you all to this evening's assembly of the Saco Planning Board. As chairman, it is my privilege to convene this gathering dedicated to the thoughtful planning and development of our community. Today, we come together with a shared commitment to shaping the future of our city in a manner that reflects our values, respects our heritage, and fulfills the needs of our residents both now and in the future. Our agenda tonight contains important matters, each requiring our careful consideration, expertise, and collaboration. As we engage in our deliberations, let us remember the profound impact these decisions will have on the lives of all, keeping in mind we're residents like you. It is our duty to maintain transparency, fairness, and inclusivity in our proceedings, ensuring that the voices of all are heard and respected. Together, we must embrace the responsibility entrusted to us by our community, working diligently and thoughtfully to chart a course that fosters growth, prosperity, and harmony. With that, I would like to call this meeting of the Tuesday, February 18th Saco Planning Board to order. I look forward to the productive discussions and meaningful outcomes that lie ahead. Thank you. With us this evening, myself, Matt Provenzel, the chair of the board, and to my left, our vice chair, Joyce Leary Clark, our board members, Jeff Brochu and Camilla White, and to my right, Jim Moyer. Our other board members, Matt DiCiani and Carrie Lynn Lane, are absent this evening. With us, as always, we have our city planner, Emily Cole Prescott, and our assistant planner, Shannon Chisholm. And we welcome our Ward 5 City Council liaison, Phil Hatch. With that, we have a quorum and we will continue our meeting this evening. Our first item on the agenda is approval of our meeting minutes. We have a few here. We have January 7th, January 30th. We have draft site walk notes from January 15th and February 11th, along with another draft meeting minutes from February 4th.
So, Mr. Chair, there is one, I saw one edit for the draft minutes from January 7th. Under approval of minutes, the third bullet point down, December 17th, it indicates that I move to accept the draft minutes of the December 17th, 10th draft meeting minutes. I assume that that 10th was just a typo. And with that, correction, I'd move to accept the draft minutes of January 7th, 2025.
I will second.
Thank you, Joyce, for the motion, and Jeff, the second. Any additional edits on review of our January 7th meeting minutes? Those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to accept the minutes as presented and amended. With that, how about our January 30th minutes?
Mr. Chair, I would like to make an amendment to the minutes for January 30th, starting under workshop. If we could add the description of 439 Main Street, sketch plan review, and to convert an existing structure to 7 affordable housing units. It appears that somewhere in the transition, the description of what the workshop was for was omitted. And with that amendment, I would move to accept the January 30th meeting minutes.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Joyce. Any additional comments, thoughts, or edits? So with that, those in favor of accepting the minutes as presented and amended as discussed? Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. And let's keep going with the minutes if we could, unless we want to jump out of order here. We kind of skip the 15.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the draft meeting minutes for February 4th, 2025.
I will second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jeff. Any additional comments? Those in favor of the motion to adopt the draft minutes for February 4th? Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the notes for the site walk from January 15th, 2025 as presented.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jeff. Any additional comments? Those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I will vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
And finally, Mr. Chair, I move to approve the draft site walk notes for Tuesday, February 11th, 2025.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jeff. Any additional notes, thoughts, comments? Those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. All right, that captures our meeting minutes. With that, our next item on the agenda, this is our public comment period. This is an opportunity for members of the public to come before the board and ask questions, provide comments or feedback, anything not related to a specific agenda item on the under review this evening. So with that, if anyone would like to come to the podium and state their name and address for the record, and we will collect comments and address them as necessary. Good evening.
This is a big boy mic, huh? My name's Reverend Robert G. Henry. I live at 24 Pheasant Road in Blue Haven Mobile Home Community. I received a letter about this meeting and wanted to show up for two reasons. I have a statement and I do have a question. The letter was concerning the elementary school that's going in.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, I don't know if this violates that specific principle.
Keep going.
Okay, all right. So I snowshoe in there and recreational bike back in there and came out, and there were two men that I could tell weren't hunters. I know there's hunting back in there as well. And I asked them what was going on, and they said that they were putting in an elementary school. And I was greatly encouraged because of, I have to choose a word carefully, because of the availability of abortion for the community to have, deemed it necessary to have an elementary school brought me great joy because I have maintained biblical morality, and it just was very encouraging to me that, it seemed as though another generation was coming up. And it sounds kind of selfish, but I was willing to give up land for that. And then I got the letters stating that there's going to be apartment buildings and industrial complex and everything like that. And I was just wondering, is there a diagram of what may be left over?
Yes, we can make sure that we get that information to you. So there's a few things, I think, in the general realm of the distance you are. There's a few projects going in the area. So
Yeah,
there's
yes, there are.
the school project and maybe some of the apartment projects are two different projects. So yes, there's staff can help get that information to you in some links. And some of those items are on the agenda this evening, so you can learn more about them, and we'll have presentations from the applicant. So, yes, hopefully
Okay.
that helps give you some more information. And
Yes, and please understand, when I realized one part of it, and then when I got the letter, and it had just mushroomed, just the phrase industrial complex in a place where I'm snowshoeing, and I get it, it's not my land by any means, and we have to move forward now, but it was just, I was happy with a little, and then it's like, whomp.
I understand, yeah. I think you might be in maybe that unicorn zone, if we were to say that there's a few projects happening in that area, and they all might just reach out and hit that site. That's why you got it. So there's, and Emily and Shannon could correct me if I'm wrong, but there are three projects that may have, distance-wise, as far as the abutter requirements go, may have tagged that whole site and property. That's why you may have gotten that. So there are a few of them. They're all different, and it's all on three different properties. So it's all not one. It's not all happening in one spot.
Right,
So,
okay, all right, yeah.
but yes, we will hear more information on that. And during the public hearing portion of that, you can come up again and ask more questions and provide more thoughts once we get there.
Actually, what you conveyed puts me somewhat at ease. Like I said, I don't own a property or anything, but it's just been a part of my life for 11 years now.
Sure.
And, yes. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Of course, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, with that, we will continue this evening. Our next item is our Planning Board Public Hearing Guidelines. This is a document that is readily available for everyone of the public. We have printed copies typically near the entry of the auditorium here. And if anyone has any questions, please ask, and we'll get those answered. And with that, we will move into our applications for review and public hearings. Our first item is Millbrook Road. This is map 60 lots 15 through 18-1 and map 60 lot 20. This is site plan review for tree removal, and this is presented by the Saco School Department and Oak Point Associates. Board members, any disclosures or conflicts with this item? With that, Emily, do you have anything to add?
Thank you. At the last meeting, we had scheduled a site walk for this, and so that's been hosted, so it might be a good idea to debrief on that. We provided information that we have to date on departmental reviews. We did do the wetland delineation and wildlife peer review, so you have that now as well. And just gave you some general information about clearing activities and the ordinance provisions regarding clearing. We also did present, at the last meeting, it was requested of us to just make sure that we had as much information up front as possible for you all, so we did present to you draft findings and draft conditions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Emily. So yes, as Emily mentioned, we had a site walk for this project last week. It was good. The board was able to gather quite a bit of information. We walked, we observed the limits of the tree clearing. We had some good discussion and understanding as far as the wetlands and some native species that were asked to be observed, whether they were found or not. Good understanding of the tree clearing time frame as far as winter goes and how that affects the land, water runoff, etc. Board members that were there, anything else to add? Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really, like you addressed, we went all the way to the back side of the lot, away from Route 1, to the limit of tree cutting. One of the particular questions that was brought up several times was trees of significant size, over 24 inches and at breast height. And there were maybe 2, I think, that were observed, maybe 3, depending on people's opinion. But I was really kind of surprised for that land, how the lack of maturity of the tree growth. It wasn't super dense, but it wasn't, just a rather average or sub-average timber type lot. So I didn't really see a huge impact with the application before us, needing to go through with the tree inventory. I think that, like you said, there was lots of good discussion about the species of bats and why the rush for harvesting during the winter. All in all, I thought it was very informative and very concise, that there's not a lot of concern, and it was nice to have members of the Conservation Commission there as well to weigh in their views and specialties. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members on that site walk? All right, and with that, we have applicant with us this evening. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Norm Lemire from Oak Point Associates. I'm the project manager for the school construction project. And I just have this exhibit to share with you that shows actually what we're talking about for the clearing limits. As mentioned, we're looking at doing this so we're not disturbing the northern long-eared bats. At this time of year, their summer habitat ranges from mid-April to November 1st, and by doing the clearing prior to that, we can get the construction started sooner. Our goal is for doing so by September 1st. So the contractor would have from September through November to get a jump on this project and hopefully give us better bid numbers because of that. The diagram here shows the limit of the clearing. It's approximately 700 feet from Route 1. There was a question about what people would be seeing between the completion of the clearing and when construction actually starts. So there is a good buffer for anybody driving by the site. You'll still see trees in the area. We have designated there's an existing clearing that can be used by the logger. We've gotten permission from the DEP to actually remove some stumps for him. They're fine with that in just that limited area, approximately 3/4 of an acre, I think is what they think it might be. And also right in the middle of this clearing diagram, you'll see the footprints of the 2 schools. And within one of the footprints, the larger of the two footprints, which is the elementary school, there's a green cloud that is to identifying a wetland that we've identified, so there will be no clearing within that limit. Anybody have more questions?
Sure, real quickly, the tree clearing in those areas will be part of another phase.
Correct.
Tree clearing.
Right, yeah, so
Not part of this
after,
phase.
right,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, there is more tree clearing that has to take place
Sure.
after that.
Yeah. Jim?
Otherwise, there'd be a tree right in the middle of the school. So,
Right,
makes
which
sense.
might be a nice feature, but.
Those are nice design features. Any other thoughts from board members? Questions for the applicant, concerns? All right, well, with that, we have a public hearing this evening on this item, if the board is ready.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to open the public hearing.
Oh, second?
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on open a public hearing on this item? All right, those in favor, Jim,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to open the public hearing. If anyone is with us this evening to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. We will collect all comments and address them as necessary at the conclusion.
Mr. Chair, seeing no member of the public choosing to comment at the public hearing, I move to close the public hearing.
Second?
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on the motion? Those in favor, Jim,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to close the public hearing. All right, back to the board. Any additional thoughts or concerns? Jeff?
Mr. Chair, I believe that there are, in our finding of fact packet, the nice draft packet the staff prepared, we are indicated that 8G, H, P, and T are additional items that we should make findings on. I'm sorry, and B as in Bravo. So maybe we could tackle those one at a time as a board and edit our draft finding of facts.
Absolutely.
And I think 8D, did you say 8D as well, Jeff?
D.
D as in dog? Yes. Okay.
So we have D, G, H.
B as in boy, D as in dog, G, H, P, T.
10-4.
P as well,
Yes.
and T.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question before you begin
of course.
findings? I think it would be probably appropriate if our new board member just made sure that everyone's all set with participation
Sure. Yes.
and noting that she followed the record. Thank you.
Yes. With that, our newest board member here, Camille, this is her second evening. We know you've gone through the packet and caught up with everything. I know this item was on on our agenda on the 30th, I believe. That was correct. So any board members, any concerns with, of course, Camille participating? And
I mean, I just think it's appropriate that she says, how is she prepared, and make sure that the applicant is agreeable. That way we've all covered what her preparation was, because obviously she wasn't here for the 30th or for the site walk. But
Yep.
if she states that, I have no objections to her participating.
Yep, great. And Camilla as well, of course. Do you have any concerns or reservations, or feel prepared and ready and willing?
Mr. Chair, I feel prepared. I reviewed the documentations that were provided, and I'm happy to participate if you allow me to.
Great, thank you. And the applicant as well, any concerns?
No, not at all.
Great. All right, with that, reviewing our findings of facts as we've noted here within. So our first one here, our findings of fact of other law. Proposed development satisfies the requirements set forth in this chapter, other local ordinances, applicable state and federal laws. If the board is in agreement, we can strike that last sentence and say that the board has found the standard has been met, unless the board has any thoughts or comments.
The only thing I would add, Mr. Chair, is that we could, for 8B, we're on 8B right now.
Yes, sir.
We could simply say that the application and the plans and that have been submitted satisfy the requirements set forth in this chapter of the local ordinances and as and applicable state and federal laws. So simply based upon the presentations that we've already received.
Thank you, Jim. Is that a motion?
Yes, a motion to strike the sentence in B and substitute what I just said.
Thank you for the motion.
I'll second.
Second by Joyce.
Do you need something more detailed than that?
Could you just hit your button, please? And I'll take over the screen for a minute. So I'll just follow along with the board here.
And then, would you throw that submitted satisfy the standard? You want to add that this has been met, similar to some of our other items, just that verbiage? Does that work? Just for consistency?
Mr. Chair, do you want to work through all 6 items and then simply do one motion to approve all the findings of fact as amended? Would that be a way to?
That sounds fine. Yep. If that works for the board as well. I think we've done that in the past. Sure. Okay, so if the board's comfortable with B, could you, I guess based on that, you made a motion, we've discussed it, you want to rescind your motion for that, and we'll amend these findings as discussed, and like you said, we'll make a motion at the conclusion?
I think that'd be faster, Mr. Chair, so I'll rescind my motion.
Thank you.
I'll rescind my second.
Thank you. Okay, so 8B, we touched upon 8B. Any other thoughts or comments on 8B? Jeff is reading intently.
I'm good.
Okay. All right, moving along to 8D, natural features.
Mr. Chair, since this is simply a tree clearing proposal, there are no structures associated with the tree clearing. But I would say for 8D, we could, again, strike the last sentence and say that the application and plans, together with the sidewalk with the planning board, demonstrates that the tree clearing will preserve this site's natural features and minimize grade changes.
Would you possibly be okay with preserving the site's natural features to the largest extent possible? I mean, we're basically clearing the trees, that is kind of the natural feature.
It is, but, you know, tree clearing happens, you know, throughout the city. So I guess I would see that natural features, you know, I would see 8D in a different light if they were, you know, mowing down a mountain or, you know, a hill or filling gullies or whatever as part of this tree clearing project. But when we did our walk, the site's relatively flat. And so it's other than the trees, the other natural features associated with this site are going to be preserved.
And I think that's key to kind of just touch on, is that, you know, the vernal pools are they're marked off, they're flagged, they're out of bounds. The wetlands are out of bounds at this point, and the setbacks from the stream are being well maintained. So the critical areas we're being attentive to. And I think if we just kind of note that, that's important to the largest extent possible.
That's a good point.
I do think so, that the natural landscape would include plants. So leaving in the language of preserving the site's natural features to the greatest extent practical, I think makes sense. So I don't think it's just topography. I think it's also plants. So then add a line that, therefore, the standard has been met.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on this item? All right, great. Continuing to 8G, landscaping. Buffer screens, on-site landscaping, provided maintain or minimize the impact of parking areas and other features on the neighboring property.
I'd say, given the proposed site layout that the applicant has provided, there is substantial buffering to both Route 1 and Millbrook, almost all neighboring parcels. It's probably one of the better buffered projects that, you know, have been brought before us in a while.
So we'll strike that first sentence in there of the board should make a finding, and then we should be specific. You want to continue and say the parking areas are not part of this proposal?
Well, I guess I was looking at it again as a tree clearing application before us, and when you looked at their site plan, even the parking areas, there is substantial, several hundred feet back from Route 1. There's that access drive, which makes it much further, you know, several hundred feet from Millbrook. It's kind of nestled into what is there for natural vegetation. I didn't think that there was any area that was particularly thin on buffering.
Sure. But there's no parking on this as part of this application review. There's parking will be in the future, right? As a separate, under a separate review and a separate project.
Well, I guess I thought we're only reviewing what they have before us for tree clearing, and that cloud area that they have is very substantial in buffering. So,
Sure.
So we may have issues with buffering when they come before us for site layout and parking, if that's what you're kind of alluding to.
Well, I'm just alluding to that the standard is to minimize impact of parking areas, but we don't have parking areas as part of this application. It's just tree clearing. So I just want to be specific that we're reviewing the tree clearing. We're not reviewing application for buffers on parking area because there's no parking area on this one. I guess I see it as just being specific that we're tree clearing, no parking. That's separate.
I guess, Mr. Chair, I need a little clarity then. I thought that the applicant before us is we're clearing all of the areas that essentially needed to be cleared for construction and laydown, and with the exception of the wetlands, which is going to basically be, you're not going to do like 3 clearings. You're not going to do this clearing for construction, a second clearing when you do the wetlands, and then another one that's going to include parking and grading, are they? Or you're going to try to do it all in one motion?
Once the general contractor is on site, there'll be one more clearing, but there wouldn't be a third.
Okay, so I understand, Mr. Chair, your point about how it's talking about parking area and calling it out, but they're giving us the area to be cleared, which is going to be inclusive of the parking areas when they are built out. We're not clearing in the future for additional parking areas. So the clouded,
Sounds like they might be, though. He's saying there's going to be a second cutting.
Right, it might go a little, it'll get closer, well, like you said, it'll include areas over the wetlands. It might extend a little into the non-wetland areas, minimally, because I think we've pretty much gone as far as we can without touching the wetlands and trying to cover the area that will be part of the overall contract.
well, it paints a different picture, and I guess I'm very comfortable with how our city staff has parking areas that are not part of this proposal at this point, so our limited review is right now, and we're being clear the parking areas are not included.
Well, yeah, and I guess with that, I want to work on that buffering part too, because I don't want this. My concern is that this, and we say if there's substantial buffering between Route 1 and Millbrook, that when we get the full proposal, that if we say that we want to adjust the buffering, but then we go back to this approval, or this review, this application, it says we found that the buffering was sufficient, adequate. And then we get the full package and does that make sense what I'm saying, Emily? Does that put the board into a position? Because if we have a proposal here, we have an application, if we review it and then there's no amendment to it, but we say that we reviewed the buffering, we found it okay, does that, you know what I mean? Does that get us into a bind down the road later? That's my only concern.
So that's a great question. The staff will require that like that the site plan that comes forward will be listed as an amendment so that it's clear that buffering is going to change on the next. So you're just reviewing and issuing tree clearing only. So we're going to go by what you review today. And then when the applicant comes forward with the full application, you'll get another round of review on buffering and everything else.
Okay.
This isn't going to hold you to, this is only for tree clearing activities, kind of like when we did water resource.
Okay.
You still got a full review of the site
Okay.
when they came in with the full application.
Okay.
I did just add here with this tree clearing proposal, though, if that helps at all.
I saw that, yeah. That makes me feel better. So buffering Route 1, Millbrook with the tree clearing proposal, no parking area. I'm fine with that. Other board members are getting what I'm trying to get at. Okay. So with that, 8H, off-site impacts. Proposed development does not have a significant detrimental effect on the use and peaceful enjoyment of the abutting property as a result of noise, vibrations, fumes, odors, dust, or other cause. So, go ahead, Jim.
Mr. Chair, I was going to say we should, of course, strike the sentence on H that exists. And I think we could say for H that while the tree clearing will temporarily have a detrimental effect on the use and peaceful enjoyment of abutting property. It will be temporary and not significant, so the standard is met.
Jeff?
I'm just thinking, I mean, that's obviously legit, we're acknowledging the noise. Maybe we could have a condition of approval that would just mirror our good neighbor standards, so the times that they can start and perform are just noted on the conditions. I think it would tighten that up a little bit.
Any other thoughts? Yeah.
Looks good.
All right, 8P. Wildlife scenery unique in critical areas. The proposed development will not have an adverse effect on significant scenic vistas, significant wildlife habitats, or unique natural areas that could be avoided by reasonable modification of the plan. So, board members, I guess this one, based on the application materials and common responses, the standards is met. You want to add more to that?
Observations made during the site walk and feedback from the Conservation Commission.
You want to add as well as third-party reviewers?
I was thinking could we reference like inland fisheries and wildlife, that they deem that it's not like a deer habitat, wintering habitat, and things that would be beyond our expertise.
I think that's fine for P. I mean, I recall during the site walk, we were also talking about the timing of the clear cutting to make sure that bats wouldn't be affected.
That's correct. That's really why we're trying to do this now.
So that's an important consideration here, and shows why this standard is met.
Yep, I like that. All right, 8T, audio-visual buffers. Setbacks and screening provide a robust audio-visual buffer so as to minimize adverse impacts on nearby properties.
I think this is one where we could have the standard language based on application materials and comment responses. The standard is met.
Yeah, I agree.
Fine with that?
Maybe just include the site walk, all of our observations during the site walk, we feel like it's been met.
Sure.
So, Mr. Oh,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Chase. So, go ahead.
I bet we were going to say the same thing. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the draft findings of fact as amended.
Well, second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on the findings of fact as presented and amended? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. So with that, any comments on the conditions of approval? We have one note there based on our findings of fact that we'd like to coordinate with the, I guess, reiterate the good neighbor standards. You want to add that as number 10, or does that, or is there a better place for that, Emily?
Number 10 is fine, and then number 11, I would just add that I think it's pretty clear here that they're gonna do the tree clearing within a window, but you probably just want to say on your conditions that the tree clearing shall be limited based on representations made by the applicant to timeline restrictions.
All right, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, perhaps the applicant could tell us, with these good neighbor standards in terms of when the actual cutting and hauling of the trees will be done, are there certain times of the day, days of the week, that work would be done so as to not be a problem for neighbors?
I don't think we have outlined that specifically. We would instruct the logger to go by any guidelines that were given from the city. I would assume that these would be happening Monday through Friday between the hours of 7 and 3:30 or so. But we can verify that.
Do our good neighbor standards have, like times associated with that sort of work?
Jim, in my opinion, if we reference the good neighbor standards, it's pretty locked tight, which days of the week they can do it, the times in the morning at which they can start. I think I think it's pretty simple just to reference our good neighbor standards to be all-inclusive.
So would a condition of approval, number 10, be that the applicant shall comply with the good neighbor standards in their tree clearing proposal? Is that all we need to say? I think so. Well, then I'll suggest we make that number 10.
I'll second.
All right, so was that an official motion, Jim, or are we
Well,
just discussing similar to our
I think we're
findings?
discussing, just similar to what we
Okay.
did before, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 11,
Tree clearing timeline shall be limited based on the representations of the applicant. Emily was speaking faster than I was writing.
yeah, and that is, I can't get the IF&W to come up quickly enough, but it's in their report, it states a schedule of tree
I
clearing.
thought it was before April 15th.
Yeah, I think April
Yeah.
14th is when we need to be done.
Sure. So, I guess with that, Jim, do you want to, we can say tree clearing shall be complete prior to April 14th, is it?
Yeah, or April 15th.
April
Yeah,
15th,
that's what they
sure.
said, so April 15th. So I think conditions 10 and 11 address what we've discussed this evening. So I'll move that we should adopt the conditions of approval as amended.
I will second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on the conditions of approval as drafted and amended? Those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Camille.
Yes.
I will vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll move that we grant site plan approval for the tree removal application for the Saco School Department on this lot.
Thank you for the motion, Jim.
I'll second.
Second by Joyce, thank you. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it
Mr.
my oh, I'm sorry. Is it
Mr.
my-
Chair, may I just go over a few items
Yes.
for follow-up on this? We just have had a lot of questions this week about pre-con meeting. I'm sure these folks are well aware of what they need to do, but the next steps are to mark the limits of clearing in the field, which I believe have already been done. Traffic control plan has to be submitted to the Planning and Public Works Department for review and approval. And we're also asking that a plan set be submitted. The plan set that was part of the application with a signature block for the planning board's signature. And then we will have a pre-con meeting. I know it's not construction per se, but we will have the same type of meeting with staff. And I have gone over this with Jonah, so just a few things to be aware of for next steps. And you'll get a letter outlining all this.
Okay. And I do have a sheet with the signature block, but you need to amend
Yeah.
conditions first, right?
I'll coordinate with Jonah on all
Okay.
that, but thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us a minute. We just,
Sure.
after every approval, I would like to do this if it's okay with you.
Sure, not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next item on the agenda this evening is 197 Jenkins Road. This is map 91, lot 7. This is a proposed private road, and this is presented by Five Star Holdings and Trillium Engineering. This is a public hearing and continued application review this evening for a site plan review. Board members, any disclosures or conflicts on this item? All right, Emily, anything to add?
Hi, Matt. Yes,
Sorry,
I have some things to add. So just so everybody is aware, I actually did receive a applicant response this afternoon. It was included in your after-the-fact packet. So some of the items that had previously been requested but not yet received are in that that applicant response. It has been disseminated to staff internally, but not yet reviewed just because of when it was received. But since we last talked about this application, some of the items that have been received include some public comment from owners within the Silver Pines condominium complex. The letter was included in the planning board packet for review. Due to some of the concerns that were listed in the letter, I actually reached out to the code enforcement department to inquire about a failed septic system that happened on one of the lots and received a reply from Don Fisk, a code enforcement officer, stating that there were some issues that have since been corrected with that septic system. Also, something that is included with the applicant response that you might want to consider tonight is a waiver has been formally submitted for the hydrogeologic assessment. I know there's been a lot of talk amongst the board about whether or not they were going to require that. I think this would be a pivotal moment to make a decision on whether or not that is going to be required from the applicant. And staff has also sent out notices about the public hearing tonight, so this is advertised as a public hearing. So let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Shannon. Board members, any questions for Shannon at this moment? That was,
I guess just to be
A lot.
clear, if the board, so the board needs to act on this waiver request. If the board denies the waiver request and demands a hydrogeological assessment, does that put everything on pause so we can't conduct a public hearing, or could we still have the public hearing this evening?
You could still open the public hearing, but if you decide to require a hydrogeological assessment, my suggestion would be not to close it, but to table it to the next meeting to provide the applicant with time to address your concerns.
Perfect. Thank you.
any other board member questions for Shannon at this time? So Shannon, real quick, you mentioned you spoke to code enforcement, the septic systems, there were some issues with the septic systems. They've since been resolved? Is
Yes,
that how I
that's
understand it?
correct. So I reached out to Don Fisk, who is a code enforcement officer in the code enforcement department, regarding the septic system design on one of the two existing lots. And it was non-functional and has since been re-reviewed and basically addressed, and it is now functional. But it is one of the items that was cited as a concern in the public comment that we received from the condominium owners, just ensuring that hopefully that will not be the case for the next lot.
Okay, thank you. Any other board member thoughts, questions? Jeff?
Yeah, Shannon, could you touch base? I was reading through our city engineer's February 13th packet, and his item number 2, I think, was the maintenance agreement for the private road, and I didn't see that in our packet, so I assume that hasn't been submitted yet. And then number 3 is the stormwater management plan for areas over 10,000 square feet. According to our city ordinance, apparently that's supposed to be filed. Has that been filed since his February 13th memo?
So I can address the road maintenance because I did see it come in the after the fact that is in front of you today. I apologize, I have not been able to get all the way through the after the fact packet for this specific application just because of when it came in. I basically had enough time to quickly skim it and then print it for tonight. So I would direct that question at Eric to see if that is included in the applicant response.
Thank you, Shannon. Anything else? Any other thoughts?
Well, I have a thought. If there's an entire private road maintenance agreement in an after-the-fact packet, like to reinforce that this planning department has my full support of saying, you messed the cutoff for the meeting, it'll be tabled and submitted to the next meeting, because I'm not really interested in trying to make a judgment on a document that I don't have time to review. And I'm just saying, I think that it's important that we back you guys up, that we can't be receiving stuff on the day of the meeting and expect it to be reviewed for the packet. So if it's here, great. I'll acknowledge it's here, but I wouldn't be comfortable making a finding because I haven't had time to review it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeff.
And Mr. Chair, if I can just
Yes,
interject,
Emily.
we, Shannon actually did initially reject it, but and just say that it will be on the next meeting, and the board can certainly do that, but because there was a public hearing scheduled for tonight, the SOP says we will accept anything up until tonight. So we at least need to acknowledge it, put it before you, but you're under no obligation to review it tonight if you want to review it another night. If it wasn't a public hearing, we would have moved it along to the next meeting.
Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
clarity. All right, with that, we have the applicant with us. Go ahead, I guess there's few questions here on some of these items, but go ahead and you start and we'll go from there.
Great, thank you very much. So Eric Doobie, Trillium Engineering. Just start off, hopefully the site walk kind of, helped us understand a little bit more of the existing lot. Topography, some of those questions that we had with regards to buffers, natural buffers that are out there, what the lots look like, what roadway condition looks like, what the drainage looks like, and then, of course, the part about the hydrogeology, about how the land slopes essentially from Jenkins Road down towards the existing wetlands and streams and things like that. So, so hopefully that cleared it up with regards to that. With regards to the waivers, and I guess I'll step back for a second. So my apologies for the timing of submitting stuff today. Yesterday was a holiday, so we couldn't submit anything. Yesterday, we got these comments late last week. I was gone for a couple days, so timing-wise, we weren't trying to slip anything in there, just so we're clear about that. Didn't mean to do that, just it was bad timing with what information we received, the meeting date, and then, of course, having the holiday yesterday. So hopefully that clears that piece of it up a little bit. With regards to the waivers, which we did basically put these in writing, wanted to formalize it specifically with the comment that we received on for the stormwater for number 3. Wanted to ask for a waiver about that, and I'll talk about that in a second. But reality is that at the same time said we might, if we're going to formalize that waiver request, then we will also put it in there for the hydrogeology report, because I know there's been a lot of discussion, so I'd rather just put it out there and then put that item to bed at this point. So that's why I offered the two, essentially the 2 waivers at this point. With regards to the stormwater management plan, so we're not requesting a waiver from the actual management plan. We're just asking for a waiver from the actual calculations, the storm events, 2, 10, and 25-year storm events. We do have a stormwater plan that we've basically submitted and revised per that last discussion that we had on site, which was we were also going to shorten the roadway to be able to get that level lip spreader and stormwater, basically treatment BMP in there to be able to treat it before it got out into the wetlands. So we've done that per that last submission for the plan, which you have in front of you, and then so basically we're putting the BMP in place, but just requesting the waiver from the actual doing the entire calculation package and everything else, since, on site you can see the stormwater, existing stormwater is being treated well. We have a natural buffer, which is the end of the ditches. We're going to use the level lip spreader for some treatment from the actual sediment from the runoff itself. And we felt this was a perfect situation for what we have for that stormwater plan. So hopefully that clarifies your question regarding the actual stormwater management plan that's in place versus the calculations. Because there's a list that's in there that specifies kind of a few items for that stormwater. So, and then the draft language for the buffer deed restrictions, we've added in some templates on that. We need to, we're going to need to formalize that. The draft language for the private road maintenance agreement, yes, it is lengthy, covers a lot of information, so we agree, needs to be reviewed and gone through on that. So, and the rest of the comments that are really just kind of, in my opinion, housekeeping comments that are basically addressed for, with our written comments on that. So I think that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions or clarify anything beyond that. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Board members, any questions for the applicant at this time? Not at this moment. So, as Emily mentioned, we do have a public hearing on this item this evening. Shannon mentioned addressing the waivers that have come before us. It's up to the board here. We have opened the public hearing to get feedback from the public as necessary on some of the items and obviously the discussion topics, so we could open the public hearing, come back to the board and sort of suspend for a moment. I guess, but if I jump in here, I'm reading what the applicant's given us. He's given us further explanation as well. Is it true, Shannon, the civil or city engineer hasn't had a chance to review the comment response package from Mr. Dewey yet, correct?
No.
Okay, so.
So I've sent it out to him using our internal system, but he has not yet had time to review.
Sure. So, understanding what the applicants explained to us on that item, I don't think we can, and maybe you can confirm, that being a zoning requirement, I don't think the board has the power to grant any waiver, but I would like input from the city engineer that given the application, given what they're doing, it does everything that the applicant has provided satisfy the requirements for that, or is that as a stormwater? I guess a little bit more. I mean, I'm reading what Joe has put in there as a requirement as far as just overall big picture. Is it still applicable? Is his response satisfactory? Is the project as a whole satisfy that requirement without those calculations, I guess is my question, if that makes sense. Jeff?
Mr. Chair, if we could, I mean, maybe to piggyback on that, we could hear from the applicant. I'll ask the question. I'd like feedback from the city engineer as well. And you indicated that you're really asking for a waiver for the 2, 5, 25 year, the calculation for the events. My question is you're designing this quality treatment system, retainment system for the runoff due to the impervious area of the road exceeding 10,000 square feet. How are you calculating how large that needs to be if you're not calculating the rainfall events? And that's kind of my question. How do we know that this is sized appropriately if we're not running through hydro modeling or what we've seen in other applications, right? They're giving us how much area they're creating and how much water they're expecting to flow through during those, whatever, engineered standard events, right? Those quantitative amounts of rain, and how long it's going to be retained for your treatment process and then spilled out, so we don't have a bypassing event because we are worried about the protected area of the brook, right? We have all these things that we're supposed to be looking at, and I guess I don't understand how can we say that we're treating it when we're putting a device in, but we have no idea if it's large enough for the amount of runoff that might be present because we didn't do the modeling. And that's kind of my question. So I'd be willing to hear what you have to say, but I'd also like that question posed, as Mr. Chair asked of our city engineer.
So basically, stormwater, forgive me, I'm trying to put in layman's terms, so I don't want to get too technical, but stormwater in this case, we're doing two things. We're doing attenuation and then we're doing treatment. So treatment is one piece that we're talking about with the level lip spreader itself. With the level lip spreader, the way it's designed with the ditches, then at that point, what you're trying to do is you're trying to wash out any of the sediment that's coming through during these storm events. Level lip spreaders can handle a great amount of water to be able to go through, drop sediment in there in the plunge pool, and then be able to have it lap over the top. Even when you design a pond and you have, let's just say you have a storm event of a 10-year storm event and then you have a 25-year storm event 2 days later, you're not treating all the water. I mean, I know a lot of people think you're treating the water, but no, you still have runoff and overflow devices in there because you have to, because at some point you're going to overflow. the way treatment is really based is the fact that the first, 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the storm is when you're washing away most of your pollutants and sediment. So that's what you're treating, is really that piece of it, because that stormwater runoff goes through whatever BMP device that you're talking about, and then is be able to handle that sediment loss and then go over into the natural wetland itself. So that's the treatment portion. Does that make sense on that? The attenuation portion is when you build these ponds, you want to be able to hold back a certain amount of stormwater. A couple pieces in this particular situation is, for one, doing the site walk, you have natural ditches out there without anything, without level spreader or anything. It goes into the natural wetland. You don't see these huge issues with runoff in general in this particular roadway. Everything's stabilized pretty well. The end of the roadway is stabilized, and then that goes out into the natural wetlands. Wetlands are there because they are natural attenuation devices. So that's why you have, situations. I'll go to the big situation like New Orleans. You have a ton of wetlands around that because it's a natural stormwater buffer. Unfortunately with Katrina, that got overloaded, which was part of the issue. But wetlands in general are natural stormwater attenuation. So that's why they're there. That's why you have they don't always have water. Well, some have water, some don't, depending on the situation of the wetland itself. In this case here, we have a lot of wetlands before we get to the stream. So we have a lot of ability to be able to store any of the rainwater that we're talking about. In this particular case, we just don't have a lot of runoff on this particular road. Private drive, small, and it seems to perform correctly without any level spreader or any other devices. So that's why in this case here, I'm asking for it, because it's kind of a perfect situation for what we're talking about. If we had a big roadway, a big development, and you had 50 houses, a lot of roadway, then I wouldn't be sitting here saying the same thing. So that's why I'm asking for the calculations. You're saying, how do you know? I know based on the evidence that's already there, we're adding in a little bit more roadway, and it seems to be working fine. And now we're going to add an actual treatment device and a BMP device that we talked about at the end of the ditches to be able to handle that. So, and I'm happy to have that conversation with engineering and talk through that. And if it needs to be done, so be it. It needs to be done, if that's a recommendation. But it is an effort for us to go through and be able to do that, and which is fine. But in this particular case, similar to the hydrogeology, we have a perfect situation where we have down gradient, we have some storage, we have some treatment, we have some ample opportunity before, and it's not like we're going to another development or subdivision or anything else. We really have nice wetlands, treatment, natural buffers, which is really what we're looking for, specifically with the DEP.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts at the moment? Joyce?
I guess what concerns me when you're talking about having a perfect situation and the ditches work really well is the letter from the condo owners that indicate that there have been significant problems with drainage. Flooding in the backyard of number 6, the condo owners hiring a landscaper to approve drainage, bring in riprap along the culverts, water seeping into the garages at 9 Silver Pines Drive. It sounds like there are drainage issues, even given the current ditches and water flow.
I haven't seen those letters, and I'm not aware of those specific issues on site. I guess I was talking specifically with the roadway.
Well, and I guess my point, if they're talking about the culverts and the ditches being inadequate, it sounds like they're talking about the roadway too. This is a letter from the condo owners that's in today's packet, marked under number 3, letter regarding planning board consideration. It's dated February 6th.
Okay, thanks. I haven't seen that as of yet. But that could be because if if one of the condos has, depending on the grading from the actual house, the level of the garage to the level of the road, if it's draining down, then there definitely could be an issue with that, getting water in the garage specifically.
Thank you, Joyce. So in that letter where there's a few items in there that talks about high water table drainage challenges, it seems like there's a note in there about, I guess as I read it, maintenance of the drainage swales on the side of the roads. It talks about a property lower than the road. This is the letter you're referencing, right?
Right, yeah, the sludge accumulated in the culvert.
Okay.
I mean, if Eric hasn't read the letter, it's kind of difficult to ask him to address it, I suppose.
Sure, that's why I'm sort of
Yeah.
summarizing
Paraphrasing.
it. Yeah, a little bit here. I guess in one of these items, Shannon, if we could, there's discussion about, I guess that first one, the first bullet point under one, regarding septic systems. Did code enforcement, did they explain or allude to, or was it determined as to why the septic system had failed, and what had they all failed, or was it a specific one?
It was
or a
only
specific
one
cause?
specific one. And from my understanding is they alluded, or the code enforcement department alluded that it could have been one of two things. Either faulty design or faulty installation of the design. So in this letter, at least, the property owners discussed that Phil was brought in to alleviate the situation, and the code enforcement department stated that since then it has functioned appropriately.
Okay. It seems like two pieces to me, but hold on, let's circle back. So, under the code enforcement's, I guess, inspection and review, that the failure wasn't caused by road flooding. It was caused by something within the system itself. Is that correct? And then the system was upgraded, but then there's fill added to it. I mean, that seems like two different pieces. Did he elaborate on that or anything?
So he didn't elaborate much further than it could be either A or B. I can circle back with him and ask maybe for potentially more details. He explained to me that there is a very specific process that septic designers go through, and that if you're not a septic designer, you're not basically, you aren't able to challenge the design itself. So it's one of those things that they reviewed the installation, but something went wrong after the installation happened.
Sure. Okay. So I guess what I'm getting at is flooding of the road it sounds like from his opinion that flooding of the road didn't cause the septic system to fail, and then adding more grade solved the problem. Is that there's the septic system was repaired or replaced specifically? That's sort of what I'm getting at. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. From the way that he phrased it in his email, I don't believe that the flooding is what he was thinking was the cause of the failure. But I could always circle back with him and make sure that that is what he intended to come across in his email.
Okay. I just want to get that piece. Jeff.
Shannon, on from Don Fisk's email on February 13th, it looks like there were two attachments of images. Were there images of how this system failed? Was it like in the leaching field and it blew out the side and they just filled dirt onto it to kind of patch it? Or is there additional information that we don't have attached in our packet? So page 1 of 2 in the response from the code office showed 2 attachments. Or are those just...
Hold on one moment. I don't recall seeing attachments, but I will just we'll check really quickly.
Shannon, I could probably bring some light to this.
Sorry, hold 1 second. If you can find that, Shannon.
No, there were no attachments to Dawn's email. Potentially, I sent him an attachment. That might be what you're seeing. Hold on 1 second. Yes, I sent Dawn a copy of the planning board letter that we were sent to inform him what exactly I was looking for.
And that was this letter here from the 6th?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
letter that was included in your packet.
Okay, thank you. Did that answer your question, Jeff? Okay. Comment or
Yes.
added info on this, I guess for this moment, this one particular
What had
septic
happened
item?
is we had found that there was water backing up into one of the units on heavy rainstorms. And upon investigating the person that installed the system for us, they installed at the wrong elevation. They were about 2 feet shorter with the system or below ground than it should have been. We informed the city about it because the city does an inspection on it to try to find out if they came and inspected the elevations. They said they had, but they didn't have any information on what the elevations were. We actually had them come back, dig up the system, and build it to the proper elevation and add in a pump. So it didn't wash out or anything like that. It just was below the water table. It should have been 2 feet higher than what it was. So
Okay, so they just relocated the existing
they
system.
brought it up 2 feet, and we actually had them turn it a little bit so that it would drain properly into the swale area.
Okay, so that was the resolution. It was a little bit too low.
It was 2 feet
It was
below.
brought up, and then that raise in elevation, that's where the enlarged perception of more grade comes into play.
So now the system pumps up into the leach field. So we have a pump in there too. So it's
Okay.
above the foundation itself.
Okay, thank you. Jeff?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Now I'm starting to get I need more clarity, because I'm looking at Don Fisk's letter, and it says, "Hi Shannon, one of the 2 septic systems did fail and was due to an unconfirmed error made by either the site evaluator or the installer." And this is where I need clarification. Is this for the post-repaired system or for the original system? Because the second sentence says, "We inspect to design provided and can confirm that the design and elevation were checked against the elevation reference point provided as placed by the site evaluator." So when I read that, I hear that our code office went out there, they physically saw the benchmark set by the site evaluator, the system designer, and they checked that it was designed to that. So if it was placed 2 feet too low, this letter is either for the repaired system, there's just a little bit of conflict. So I guess I would want probably more clarification from code office. Was this about the amended or repaired system? Or was it about the original system that failed and it was built to design?
Sure, so I guess a few clarifying pieces, Shannon, there. I guess if the benchmark was accidentally put too low and then it was back to that benchmark, I can see the confusion there, that if the benchmark started too low and then it was brought off of that benchmark by the same, happens once in a while. The tools come out of calibration, but I see your question. So, but circling back to the road part, I don't want to get too off track with the septic system that's already installed and been repaired, but it's good to understand, I guess. 100%. So I guess back to your original comment, Joyce, any additional thoughts or concerns in there with the letter from the neighbors that you wanted to address or add in there?
I guess I was thinking about just the waiver requests at the moment. I mean, I think that their letter is concerning on a number of issues. I mean, the dead or weakened trees, I think that's one of those things where the applicant's going to be out there cutting trees as needed anyway. They don't want trees falling on the condos. I mean, one other issue was where is it? There was a question about a bunch of debris that had been left. Oh, it's under paragraph 2. There's a fair amount of trash and such behind 6 Silver Pine Drive that has yet to be removed on the developer's land. Building materials, barrels and drums, glass doors, plastics, concrete blocks, part of a boat, tires, wooden pallets, metal pipes, bottles, etc. These items are all found along the stream which runs along the left side of Silver Pine Drive. I mean, that's concerning, but if you want to just stick to the waiver issues, that's something we can talk about later.
Sure, and I guess to be specific about the waivers, are you speaking specifically about the hydrogeologic assessment and or the stormwater calculations? Are you thinking them together, I guess, in an instance like this, or?
Well, when we're talking about the road drainage, I think that's the hydrogeological assessment, or rather the stormwater management plan. The hydrogeological assessment, I mean, we're talking about high water table and wells and septic systems. So I tend to think that that's an important requirement with a development in this area.
Okay. Mr. Dewey, we talked about, didn't we talk about water tests for some wells? Did we get resolution to that or any additional information on that, or did we?
Yeah, we sent in some
Okay.
additional information specifically on that, to answer your question. And that was, I think, it was around the timing of the site walk.
Okay, I thought so. I'm trying to
Yep.
find that.
Couple of the other things, just if I can just comment on that. I guess Patrick's alluded to the fact that some of that trash and things like that are on the neighbor's property, not on this property. So maybe there's some confusion about that specific issue. Thanks for bringing up that memo about the drainage. It looked like, just reading on screen on what I did see on that, it looked like it was around the 2023 mark and things like that, which is why I made my comment about what we saw on the site walk and what's happened over, by the time I got involved in this project, which has the additional riprap around those culverts and issues like that, which is why I made the stormwater comment that I made. So just to be clear about that it seems like that's been probably maybe an ongoing process with the ditches and maybe some establishment of some of the, some of the grass, some of the riprap and things like that limit that sediment that's going through existing culverts and existing ditches. And of course, that's going to be based on what our profile and our details are. They're also going to be, fixed or brought up to code with that extended roadway too.
All right, thank you. Any other thoughts from board members? Jeff?
I'm just kind of thinking, and we've a lot to digest, and we're talking about the waivers. I would be in favor if we were to open the public hearing and hear if anybody has anything that they'd like to contribute to this before we make any motions on waivers. That would be my preference. So unless anybody on the board objects, I would move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Jim. Any additional discussion? Those in favor of opening the public hearing on this item, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to open the public hearing. If anyone is with us this evening to discuss this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. We will collect comments and we will address them at the conclusion.
Good evening. My name is Terry O'Wellers, 191 Jenkins Road. I have great concerns about the area behind my house. Multiple items that have come up over the years. When we first purchased our home there, we were notified that the neighbor beside us, to the left of us, had Saco Tannery dump site behind their house. And we were told that we needed to do water testing before we purchased the home to make sure that that was not a problem. Obviously, we bought it, so it didn't come up be a problem, but I'm concerned with all of the building and disruption behind the houses, that whatever is out there or is still out there or was out there is going to come to surface or cause problems with our water table. The amount of building on the Jenkins Road has gone sky high, as everyone knows, and the traffic is a problem. I know that's not specific for this building, but it is part of the issue. We have, we're all on wells. Where is the sustainability of our water with all of the building that's going on around us? We have big concerns that with the developments coming in, it's going to take our water table away, and then we're going to have to go on to city water, and that's expensive, and it shouldn't be our situation. We wanted it to be out of the city. We wanted to have the life that we had out there, and with the amount of building going around, that's not happening. Some of the concerns, I guess, is just it's just not sustainable to be there, and I'm very concerned with the disruption of the area. When they were building the houses behind us, without any rain or water at all, the foundations or whatever it is that they were built on were submerged in water. I'm not surprised that they had problems. Even before they were built, with no rain, they were submerged in water. What's the wetland protection out there for that? I think that that's a contributor to whatever issues they're having now, and it's just going to get worse. So I just fully disagree with the building anything more out there, and have big concerns about the disruption of the ground around us with the Saco Tannery concerns that were brought to us, and the water level and everything else. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street. In reading this packet, the materials, I wish that you do not grant the 2 waivers. I think that those need to be done, especially when you're also hearing from the association, and in tonight's packet, they're adding the 105 feet of the drive length plus the required turnaround. There could be some impact from that. So I would say learn more about this area and do not grant the 2 waivers. And as far as the private road maintenance agreement, there is a line, I can't see it right now. I think it should say each lot owner should be on that amended, not a lot owner agreement. I can't find it right now, but each lot should be also recorded, and shouldn't you see the private road maintenance agreement, the updated version, prior to any type of approval? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, I move to continue the public hearing to a later date.
I'll second.
Thank you for that motion, Jeff, and the second, Jim. Any additional discussion on the motion to continue the public hearing to the next available date? Those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to continue the public hearing. So, back to the board. Any additional questions, thoughts, concerns? Outstanding items for the applicant? Good direction for them? So, I guess Shannon, you're going to confirm, if you could, the request for the stormwater management calculations. That being a zoning ordinance requirement, that's, I guess, at least the board's understanding that that's something we can't grant, but understanding the requirements and, I guess, conversation with the applicant and the city engineer that whether they're in agreement and the project as a whole is satisfied or not, I guess. I guess is the board in agreement that that works for them as well on this item, or any other thoughts of discussion?
So, Mr. Chair, so I understand, on the second requested waiver on the storm water management pre- and post-development calculations, I'm understanding you to say that that's a requirement in the zoning ordinance, and we don't have the power to grant a waiver as to that? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then that would be pretty easy to deny, then, right?
But you're trying to ask Shannon to clarify that that's a zoning requirement. That's what you're saying, Matt?
Yes, yes and no to both. I guess without having the ordinance right in front of me and how it's written, and Joe's interpretation, understanding, expectations, and everything, we as the board obviously can't grant a waiver. But for starters, I'm not sure the applicant can request a waiver of a zoning ordinance item of us anyway. So that's just, I guess, what I'm saying. The item says calculations. We look to Joe to look at the application, all the information together. If he needs calculations, he needs calculations. If what's presented by the applicant is satisfactory and it meets the ordinance, I guess that's what I'm looking for clarity on, I guess.
No, that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought that's where you were going with that, and it makes perfect sense to have the planning staff help us understand whether or not we even have the power to grant a waiver in this circumstance. So,
Shannon, anything?
Yes, I can reach out to confirm whether or not a waiver from that standard is possible. And not to speak for Joe, because I am not Joe, but if he has requested that information, I believe that is something that he's looking to have. But I will also confirm with Joe.
Sure. Thank you. So with that, the next waiver request for the hydrogeologic assessment. Thoughts from board members? We started conversation on this when we first saw the application, but Jeff, want to start?
For me, you're right, we discussed it earlier on. And I talked about how it's kind of a line in town, right? We're past that point where city water is available, past the point where city sewer is available. We're really dependent on these septic systems. There's a lot changing here, as one of the neighbors spoke about. There was a subdivision off of Samuel Marshall that we asked for the geohydrological assessment, and because of the drought, all of a sudden the groundwater is not there. Their test pits had high limiting factor as well. This particular application has a 13-inch limiting factor of water table. So I think it's really important in this area that it's one of the ways of protecting our citizens and preventing an unduly burden on the city if we need to extend services because there's no suitable drinking water out there. We're also hearing from the neighbors. We saw firsthand it's forested wetland, right? We can see the water, we can see the brook. We can see how high they built the road structure up. We can see how high they built the existing leach fields on the sites that are there. And that's a concern. If we have a leach field that's failing, whether it be poor workmanship during installation or not, we need to know that any of this untreated effluent that's on the groundwater isn't going to be, a concern for drinking water. So I understand that there's going to obviously be a financial impact on the feasibility with one particular unit, but it's our duty to protect the citizens of Saco and any future home buyers. And I'm not a soil scientist, and we rely on this sort of information, and it's showing up in the packet. My interpretation of the packet, staff is in support of this as well. So I think it's very important that we do not grant the waiver and do request the hydrogeological assessment. It's kind of clearly spelled out in the reasons why in our ordinance, and that's what I'm kind of limiting to. I mean, it talks about anywhere the groundwater is less than 48 inches. Well, we're much less than 48 inches at 13. And that's a real concern for me. See a lot of these changes. I myself have land that's forested wetland, and with development that goes on around me, it affects things. There's more treatment that's going on in my water now. So I think it's important that we have this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff, Jim?
Well, I just want to echo what Jeff said. When I was reviewing the packet and from our previous meetings on this topic, it's very clear that a lot of folks are concerned about maintaining clean drinking water, and one failed septic system, there could be another failed septic system away from polluting wells. So I think having that hydrogeologic assessment would be very helpful. And again, as Jeff pointed out, the staff is recommending it as well, and I think it makes sense here.
Thank you, Jim.
I guess I'd say ditto. I mean, given the recommendations of city staff, which are significant, and the incredibly high water table here. I mean, when you're talking about a requirement or a recommendation, if the water table is 48 inches or less, and we're much less than half that, it seems clear that we need to have that assessment done.
All right, thank you, Joyce. Any other thoughts? So I guess with that, we'll need an official motion on that item.
So, Mr. Chair, I would move that we do not grant a waiver for, but rather require the hydrogeological assessment for 197 Jenkins Road, 5 Star Holdings application.
I'll second.
So, motion by Jeff, second by Joyce to not grant the waiver for the hydrogeologic assessment, section 179-301B. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. So, I guess for a moment, circling back here, Shannon and Emily, are we in agreement? I guess, how do you want to address the waiver for the zoning stormwater? Do we table that? Or do we need to make a motion on that or move on that item officially, or is?
No, you could, if you want to make a motion on it at the next meeting, leave the public hearing open, that's fine. We can get information and come back to you on it.
Okay, is that how you feel the board's given direction? You want an official motion from us on that item?
I don't think
To
it's
do so?
necessary.
Okay, so. Okay, so we've discussed the hydrogeologic assessment, we've discussed the stormwater. I think the applicant understands, I guess, what we're looking for, where our questions there. Understanding that the city engineer hasn't had a chance yet to review responses there. Any questions from board members on any of the applicant's responses to Joe's latest memo? There's a few items in there regarding the maintenance agreement. The applicants added some notes, provided clarification on a couple items. Any questions or concerns within that response? Few head shakes, no. I guess, Shannon, we have a hard copy here, but will this become part of any additional digital versions as well to gather for the board?
Yes, so this will be posted to the planning board agenda for tonight's meeting as an after-the-fact packet, and it'll live at the bottom of the agenda forevermore.
Okay, thank you. Any remaining items, board members, to give to the applicant? So it looks like the big question is the hydrogeologic study, and then I guess working with the city engineer on those stormwater calcs. Is the board in agreement there? Okay. Are there any items any other outstanding questions that we haven't answered or added clarity to?
No, I just want to make sure we're all set with any other items that we need to address beyond that.
Yeah, I don't have any other notes on other items, so if the board's in agreement, I think it's those items there. Okay. So, Emily, do we want to put this item on the schedule, or do you have a schedule in mind that we have available for this item to continue, or do we want to, or do you want to get back to us on that?
We'll get back to you on that
Okay,
with those specific two items.
okay.
Yeah, so we should just, we should pick a date you're going to continue it to, just so that members of the public can follow up that it will be on a date certain, and then if it needs to be tabled, that request can be made. So I'd either recommend going to March 4th or March 18th, depending on when we think that these items can be resolved.
Do you have a preference to
I would
start
say
with?
probably the 18th at this point.
Okay, let's start with the 18th, and then we can adjust that with the applicant if we have to.
Sounds good.
So if we could, board members, get a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we continue this matter until March 18th.
I'll second.
All right, thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on continuing this item until March 18th? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes to continue to March 18th.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we take a short recess before the next agenda item, please?
Sure, we'll take a 5-minute recess. All right, thank you everyone for that short recess. We will continue with our next item on the agenda this evening. This is item 7C. This is 800 Portland Road, map 59, lot 1. And this is a proposal for a 49-unit residential condominium with a 3,000 square foot commercial building. And this is presented this evening by Goral Palmer. And it's a public hearing and continued application review for site plan, conditional use, and preliminary subdivision. And this is within the Portland Road zoning district. Board members, any disclosures or conflicts on this item? And before we get going here, we had a site walk on this item this morning. The board members, there was myself, board members Jim Ollier and Jeff Broccio with us this morning, and we were able to walk through with the applicant and ask some questions, understand the topography, the lay of the land, some setbacks, buffering, and some good observation there. So all in all, a good site walk. It was a little bit windy out this morning, but we're all here and ready to continue.
We made it back, yes.
It was good. With that, anything to add on that site walk, board members? Jeff?
I'm very grateful. They did a great job kind of staking out the center line of their roads as typical, as well as the lots. I did find it very, very eye-opening, noticing some of our peer reviews had mentioned concerns about buffering. And, you know, I think I may have some concerns about buffering as well. Obviously, being in the field is very beneficial to actually get a good lay of the land, just as well as how steep some of those embankments are that run down to the brook. And now how closely the proposed lot structures will be. And then significant trees. Believe it or not, it seemed like this parcel had many more significant trees of that height, 24 inches or higher at breast height, than like the school. And it's just funny how different areas kind of play out with how long the vegetation's been there. And it looks like most of them, because of the natural lay, are going to be preserved, won't be impacted. But it was just interesting that there was more of them there. But I think it was a very good site walk, and I just think maybe we could have the planning department get Shannon one of those nice Milwaukee heated jackets or something. I think she's deserved it. The last 3 site walks have been very cold, and she's a trooper, so thank you for representing and taking our notes out there.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts, Jim, from that site walk?
Well, I was very impressed with the staking too. That was very helpful. In fact, it was, I think, on this site walk more than any that I've been on, you could actually see where the buildings are going to be located as well as the road. So I very, very much appreciated that. And the slopes were, as Jeff noted, were fairly steep going into Mill Brook. And a lot of those very, very tall, big trees were down in the brook area. So it certainly looked like this site wasn't going to affect a lot of large trees. So I learned a lot, and I thought it was well done. So congrats on setting it up. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you, Jim. So with that, just as a reminder, board found the application complete at the January 30th meeting. And I guess with that, anything else to add? Emily, sorry.
We just have some discussion items here, it's pretty similar to the items listed. I know the applicants are working on some of these already. One thing that I do just want to point out is we do have a purchase and sale. We have reached out to the applicant to request that a purchase and sale agreement be updated to reflect correct dates farther out from when the original one was submitted. Looks like you looked at some of the things we've already referenced regarding buffering, distance to resources, We did get the wetland wildlife delineation peer review memo in this meeting packet, and we did have a memo from city engineer Adam Bliss as well that was brought through. So just want to kind of highlight some of those items.
Great, thank you, Emily. Any questions for Emily at this moment? Great. With that, we'll turn it over to the applicant.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Caleb Barassa, civil engineer with Goral Palmer. Some of you I had the luxury of seeing about 12 hours ago on site, so thank you for being here tonight to hear us. So just wanted to follow up, give an update on the project, talk about some of these things, site walk today, and then hold the public hearing as well. So hopefully, I believe it sounds like the site walk was very informative for those that attended. So really giving a good lay of the land for the two development pods. We talked a lot about buffering, setbacks for the streams, and then just some of the existing trees, things like that. I've certainly been thinking a little bit more about this, and we can try to start to identify and talk a little bit more in discussion about, maybe some areas where we can start to buffer or ramp up some of the vegetative buffers that we have currently within our setbacks to the westerly side, to the rear, pointing towards the industrial park, towards the dealership to the south, those types of things. So certainly been thinking about that quite a bit. We have the high-intensity soil survey was completed just recently. We received that yesterday, as well as the tree survey that we noted, and obviously we had seen some of those significant trees on site as well. Those will be provided, as well as some updated elevations to the staff discussion here on the planner's memo. So we'll have that in. We're planning to get an updated submission here in the coming week, and that would certainly supplement and answer some of these items as well. To the right title and interest item, I had spoke with Emily last week, and we'd reached back out to the seller, so we're understanding the end date on the current purchase and sale is March 1st, and the seller and obviously our client are certainly willing to continue that and look to extend that. So as soon as that is executed, we'll provide that to the planning department. Again, just going through the list for the discussion, the buffering pieces and the setback pieces I'd like to talk to a little bit more tonight. We do have now, I believe we've gone through at least one first round for peer review and staff comments. So I have now the landscape peer review, wetland peer review, and the city engineer comments as well. We had provided in our January 9th resubmission a response to the traffic peer review comments. So currently we're waiting for a final response to that. On the other comments, we're still going through reviewing these and then formulating a resubmission here, anything that might affect the plans or just taking a little bit more time. But I think reading through all the comments that we have currently, kind of also just kind of reiterating some of the same items, just making sure that we're taking care and paying attention to the buffering on site that we're providing for both vegetative and then to the natural resources there. So again, just reiterating what we had for the 75-foot setbacks for the two tributary streams through the site, and then 100-foot setback we're providing from the Millbrook to the north of us. And then we'll certainly look for some more opportunities to ramp up again on just some of the vegetative buffering. We certainly saw some opportunities here today. For city engineer comments and some of the other comments, I believe we'll be able to answer those as well. General comments related to either ordinance standards and then general site grading, utility plan reviews, things like that. I believe other than that, I just wanted to, I didn't hit the plan review, but just for review and just taking a look back at it, we had looked at and talked about just increasing buffering to the southerly side here to the units 20 to 33 to the just to the south of us. And then where we'll be looking in our revised submission would be additionally in this area here, perhaps for some addition of some maybe coniferous trees, something that can hold. As you can see, we're here in the wintertime and we could see through some of those trees as well. And then maybe even looking at some opportunity in here to what we had for some plantings here. I know we already had some Fraser firs and some other coniferous trees shown just on the northerly edge but there could be some opportunity perhaps just to kind of strengthen that a little bit. Other than that, that's all I have for an update for the board, so I'd turn it over for some comments, happy to answer questions, and then go to the public hearing.
Sorry, great, thank you. Board members, any questions for the applicant at this moment? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As usual, I have my my list, and thank you. You touched on the right title and interest piece. I had significant trees, but I think after this morning, I think it's pretty clear. You indicated that has been done, and we know most of those are outside the scope of where the development will take place. The soil study, you said that was done. Now, I noticed that the staff was recommending a high level A study, and I think you guys did a high level B study. Is that correct?
I believe we had scheduled a Class B, yes.
Okay. Because I had noticed in a couple of the staff, Emily, if you want to touch on that.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Please.
I think what we can do is send it to the city engineering, to Adam and to Joe, and get their recommendation once we get whatever was done.
Yeah, and if I can speak to that, just preliminarily reviewing what we had gotten, generally the difference between the two would just be the amount of test pits that you would do over a certain acreage. I can't recall off the top of my head what that would be, but just based on the mapping that the soil scientist was able to provide, very similar soils across the site, so I think we feel comfortable that the difference between the two surveys wouldn't provide much of a difference.
Okay. So I was kind of working down my list, and then we touched on buffering. And I mean, I want to commend you. I think the layout is very, very well done. A lot of the goals of interconnectability. But there's something that just doesn't quite settle with me, and I guess I'm looking for you to tell me how it meets some of the city's zoning and objectives with this particular parcel here, right? And it's all about placement within the city versus necessarily functionality in what's laid out. Obviously, you know, I have concerns about setback and how close some of these are to the edge of the ravine. We talked about, you know, retention of existing vegetation for runoff and treatment. We asked about patios during the site walk. But kind of on a bigger picture, you know, I'm wondering on the site plan, our guidelines in our zoning ordinance, you know, chapter 179, section 5.01 and 5.03, you know, we're trying to, you know, prevent the decline of business districts and neighborhoods. And I'm not sure how this necessarily works, right? Because we're trying to have a couple things happen here harmoniously. And I always have a hard time looking at something from the big picture when we look at residential being one right next to our industrial park. And we talked about what you can see in the pod, the rear pod, as you call it, to the west on this picture. We could look through the trees today and we saw the Tambark building, which is in the industrial park, the Spring Hill section. And you know, that's close buffering. And I always get nervous about, you know, we need to sustain our tax base and we need to make sure that they can live harmoniously. And I guess that's where I'm looking for you. How do you prove that to me that this will work? And then section 179, 503 D1, how the continuity, connectivity, and compatibility with building scale and mass should reflect and complement existing development. And I don't really know how this complements the existing development in that section of the Portland Road. Kind of looking for some feedback and how you feel that meets that. And then I was looking more at our zoning in particular, looking at our zoning map and the Portland Road District. And we have listed in our zoning the purpose of the Portland Road District is a highway, commercial, and mixed-use corridor that permits diverse businesses as well as high-quality multifamily developments. Residential development is intended to be of urban character and it is intended that pedestrian amenities and safety will be prioritized in residential and commercial developments. And I look at this as a suburban type development and not that highly urban development. And I was listening to the assistant planner and the chairman, and they were talking about, you know, some of the reasonings for, you know, the parking lots behind the commercial building in the front, and trying to make the wall effect for walkability. And I don't, trying to see how all that fits together. We're meeting the requirement of having the mixed use by putting a commercial building here, but we're really building a really well laid out development that you would expect to see in my mind in a medium density type residential application. There's still single family duplexes and single family homes. And I guess when I read that Portland Road District, doesn't meet that highly urban character. So that's kind of where I am. I think it's, you know, very well laid out. It's just, it's in the middle of our Route 1 corridor with, you know, auto sales essentially on both sides of it. I don't see anything that's in here to kind of create that mixed use. There's not a couple of, you know, personal use businesses there. There's not a, you know, a hair salon and a massage parlor and a corner market. And I get it, it's a smaller lot, right? But I guess for me, I'm just having a hard time in that area, the noise, the traffic. How do we have these uses? How do we allow these uses to be harmonious and not be in conflict, you know, where these people move in and they're like, I get tired of hearing the pager from the car dealership during the President's Day sale. And I don't know, that for me, that's a struggle. And I don't know if it necessarily fits the intended description of what we're supposed to be upholding for our Portland Road District. I think it's well done. I think this is perfect in many other applications. So that's one area for me. And how do we really protect the resources of that brook and limit what will take place? Because a lot of those are right on the limited approach or setback line, and the decks are right there. And how do we prevent the occupants from cutting and making a little bit more lawn space in their backyard? Those are all some of the thoughts that I had that I think I'd like to address as we move through this application. That's all I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members at this time? Jeff? Jim, sorry, excuse me.
Well, I share Jeff's concern about the buffer along the brook, and I know we'll talk more about that as you ponder that more and how that can all fit in and protect the brook. But interestingly, to Jeff's comment, I look at this not as a typical residential development. I mean, this is a relatively tight lot for all these units, and the units are, you know, relatively modest in size, and so it's a lot of people in a relatively small space. But we have other projects further north on the Portland Road which have, you know, just large apartment buildings. And of the two types of development, I think that this type of development, while it might fit in more or less people than those larger ones in the north on Portland Road, this to me would be better fitting in this area than a couple of large apartment buildings with maybe another large commercial building with 3 or 4 uses in it. So I'm not as troubled by how this fits into this location on the Portland Road. I mean, I do have some concerns, and I know you'll address those regarding buffering and setbacks, but I mean, a project like this, I think, actually fits in quite well here. And anyone who buys into this, or either rents or buys one of these units, it's going to be very clear to them that, you know, Tan Bark is like right behind them, and there's a car dealership to one side, and soon they're going to have a school across the street. So, and they have a movie theater across the street. So it's you know, this sort of housing could actually fit in quite well in that location, it seems to me.
Great, thank you, Jim. Joyce?
Yeah, I've got to say, I agree more with Jim. This is much more dense than most developments that we see, certainly more dense than a traditional subdivision. And I think one of our goals is to have commercial space out on Route 1, which is accomplished here. This is a good-sized commercial building. So a very prominent commercial use close to Route 1, which is what we're looking for. And having lived on Route 1, probably closer than that commercial building to the road, you know, people can live close to Route 1 and sleep at night, and you know, the traffic noise is just a steady hum for the most part. I don't think the traffic noise is going to bother people particularly, and I agree, people are going to know what they're buying into when they turn off Route 1 into this development.
Great, thank you, Joyce. Camille?
Yes, I would say I agree with everyone here on the board. Overall, the project seems like it meets some of the comprehensive plan goals, I would say. I have an appreciation for the fact that the density of the project will hopefully attract families and individuals that will support the local business in and around that area, such as Tice's Barbecue, which is right next to the project, as well as Apple Cinemas, et cetera. So I do have an appreciation for this design and density and everything that everyone has said on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. I myself, I share a lot of the thoughts from the board members here. I think in part, it's naturally going to be a little bit urban. There's a lot happening along Portland Road there. I think it's a little deceiving that the building up front seems, back to Jeff's comments about scale and, you know, complementing what's around there, that building seems very small and maybe unintentionally insignificant, not to be negative, but given what's around it, it seems just like a little dot there. I understand the size, of course, so I guess continuing with that, I'm curious as to how that approach feels, how the buffering comes into place, how that building looks. I know we have that. I know staff's mentioned materials and asking a little bit more information, but understanding, you know, from the human scale there, how does that, you know, feel as you're moving up and down Route 1? We talked a little bit on site. Jim had a good question about, you know, the relationship between that front building and the vegetative, that green space and the parking in the back. So I think that's good. I think that'll be successful. That'll work well. I think to Jeff's question is, how does that feel? How does this neighborhood feel off of Portland Road? It is, to Jim's point, we have larger multi-story buildings further north, and then we come here and we have multiple smaller buildings spread about in more of that sort of suburban context, but they are tight. We are in town. It's a significant field out there now. We have Millbrook. There's not a lot of grade undulation right there. So I guess what am I saying? I think overall it can be successful. I think it works. I think just overall understanding more how it comes together. And to Jeff's point, still how it complements the rest of Portland Road in that area. There's no question that 1 story and a half residential structure as it sits now feels very out of place, given the development that's happened around it. But at the same time, I think there are maybe other, just my thought, maybe less successful little pod buildings along Route 1. I think maybe part of the concern is, I don't know, just it being successful there, and I think working. I think that's what we're looking for. Like the board members say, community involvement, getting businesses that can thrive in there. I think that's just the overall question. Now I'm babbling. We talked about the buffering in the back. That's clearly an area of concern. Just overall buffering, just tidying it up. I think, like we talked about on site, I think there's a lot of buffer there, especially on Millbrook. There's quite a bit to the south as well between the automotive dealerships there. So, yeah, okay, that's my initial thoughts there. Any other thoughts from the board?
No, Mr. Chair, I was just going to ask, would you like a motion to open the public hearing?
Sure.
I'll move to open the public hearing.
I will second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion? Those in favor of opening the public hearing, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to open the public hearing. If anyone is with us this evening to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record and give us your thoughts and questions or concerns, and we will collect them and address them as necessary.
Hi again, Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street. I have mixed thoughts on this one, and I love these mixed thoughts. As a former ZORS member that merged with the planning board, we discussed the Portland Road area, and we discussed 3 nodes going out there because each part of the Portland Road is significant in the Auto Mile or up by Cascades or further up by Mr. Chamberlain's. And we discussed having commercial retail on Route 1 with a smaller setback to the frontage setback, with parking in the back, and then residential either above and or behind. And we thought that would be a very good idea. I still think those 3 nodes, instead of having one Portland Road district, the 3 nodes would have been more beneficial for the city of Saco. I agree with one of the planning board members. Well, I agree with a lot of what you all said. It was more of an urban feel up by the Auto Mile, having if the residential out back versus a residential MDR feel. We felt that was further up by Cascades or the Flag Pond Road area or the Scarborough Line area. However, I do like the layout of this. I can see it happening if there's a lot of due diligence Um, I definitely could see this happening, and it kind of brings me back to that dream of having these different nodes with commercial retail up front and the residential out back and fulfilling the needs of housing. And now that we have the school around the corner on here, I see a lot of good things with this if we really think about this carefully. The one part is I do not know what's going to be that commercial space just yet. What would be going in there? Would it be 1, 2, 3, 4 units and 3,000 square feet? Will it affect the parking and how much is required by our zoning, depending on what is going to go in there and what type of use is going to go in there? Can this building be enlarged? I'm looking at their screen. You've got the light green and the dark green to the north of that commercial building. Can it be enlarged? Can you get 4,500 square feet and still meet the parking and then still have out back for the residential? To have the node discussion that we had, quite a bit of it, I see it now happening with this application. I do appreciate that with everything that I did go through. So I agree that the commercial building the scale is, and the compatibility is a question to what's surrounding the area. And I also believe that anyone that rents or buys there, you definitely know what you're getting into. And then anything that happens after that would be on them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, I move to continue the public hearing to March 4th.
I think they originally suggested March 18th.
I'm sorry, I'll amend my motion to continue the public hearing till March 18th.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
I'll second.
Second by Joyce, thank you. Any additional discussion? Those in favor of continuing the public hearing to March 18th? Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to continue. All right, back to the board. I guess one question, Caleb, if we could, could you maybe talk about that commercial space briefly and its size relative to the parking you've shown and parking requirements? So I guess just, for example, I envision if that's, I know it doesn't exist anymore, but if it's a TGI Fridays, we probably don't have enough parking, right? It doesn't seem like we're expecting maybe a restaurant to go in there, or what are your thinking there? What's the initial thoughts?
So we actually had, this past month, provided a letter that was kind of sort of an LOI for a prospective tenant to go in, and it was actually existing tenant of the applicant who's looking to expand their business in Saco. And it's a sports medicine, so sports physical therapy and sports medicine. And the space that they occupy now actually is 3,000 square feet. It generally has 1 to 2 offices, 1 to 2 massage rooms, and then more or less open area for workout equipment and tables and things like that. So that actually, it seemed to be honestly a great fit. And I think what we also wanted to be mindful of was how this use would interact with the residential aspect as well. And being somewhat passive, not being something that could be something like a bar or a TGI Fridays where, you know, people are there late at night or anything to that effect. So that was something we were kind of mindful of, and also seemed to be something that could certainly be a good use that can serve this industry, and then certainly this section of the city.
Okay, thank you. So that's sort of, for example, there's a couple miles down the road where there's restaurant in the front, and then there's some residential kind of out in the back and around. This is something a little bit, well, like you said, a little bit more passive. Okay. Any other thoughts from board members here? Did we capture all of our list? Any other thoughts or concerns? Anything we want to touch upon for the applicant direction next time we see them?
I have Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
In regards to the commercial building, actually for the applicant, how did you determine the size of the commercial building? Was it based upon the LOI that was submitted, or was it based upon your architect's kind of recommendation based upon site plan and configurations?
It actually was a little bit of both. I think that what ultimately happens with this lot, although it looks like we have a lot of frontage, we really don't have that much usable space. And so the idea of having something up against Route 1, we wanted to make sure that, you know, we really occupied that and had it forward rather than having, you know, maybe some portion of a larger building that extended back and maybe had less visibility. So I think we knew what we had for space generally. And then this, I think, just kind of happenstance seemed to work out.
Great, thank you. Caleb, is there, given this layout you have, just sort of simply, is there room or is there opportunity for that commercial space to get larger and support more parking if that did happen? Or or does something start to get sacrificed?
Yeah, I think that some things do start to get sacrificed. I think to start would be generally starting with the 40-foot setback. I think originally in our plan we had a larger building and had, as I had mentioned before, the parking actually flipped towards the front, towards Route 1. And so flipping those two and then keeping the building right out front started to constrict things a little bit more. Another point for us was having a good mix of the unit typologies that we have, the single family and the duplexes here. And I think kind of to touch on some of the other comments before about just how does this mix in, I think the idea was trying to get the units here and also fill a certain void in the market. And I think that this will be, you know, a pretty marketable project that can serve, you know, either first-time home buyers is the idea, or folks trying to downsize was the thought, rather than, you know, big apartment buildings. So I think that it brings a lot of different, you know, a different demographic in. And so that was kind of the idea for us, is to try to maintain a good mix of those single-family and duplexes, which kind of butts up against how much space do we have for the commercial space. So I think if we try to make it bigger, obviously we need more space for the building, we need more space for the parking, and then what becomes kind of the push and pull there for those two uses.
All right, great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I offer some insight from staff as well?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So we did ask for the parking to be put in the rear of the building, and that was something that was a change that was made. I don't believe the commercial square footage was bigger before we asked for that change, but it is a consideration when we look at our zoning in the future of how close do we want buildings to Route 1 if we're trying to make more of a walkable situation. The other thing is the applicant, I mean, certainly the applicant could put buildings, units together, which we always recommend taking a look at that. But there is a limitation out in this zone as far as how urban something is going to feel, because the lot size square footage is 7,500 square feet per unit. So in our MDR zone, it's 5,000 square feet per unit. So if we want something to feel a little more urban, walkable, and get foot traffic that's going to support commercial in the front, long-term, we should probably be asking our long-range planning committee to look at where it makes sense to alter those larger minimum lot area per dwelling unit square footages. Not saying all of Portland Road should have that limited, but to increase the density in the rear is really what, if you want something more urban feeling. So you kind of have to, there's a lot of factors to weigh, so I agree with good discussion tonight, and certainly something that we want to follow up with long-range planning on where the ZOR had left the conversation of nodes, and bring this back as part of the, don't bring the nodes back, but bring this conversation back to the LRPC along with our Portland Road master plan. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Emily. Board members, Jeff?
I'm just kind of at a toss-up. It's always hard to communicate. We're trying to communicate effectively to prospective developers, and I feel like being involved in the ZOR's process, and planning is so hard. I don't know how they do it for a living, right? And I feel like we're constantly, you're trying to adjust, closing the stall door after the horse has already escaped, right? You're trying to adjust. And I get it. And I don't necessarily agree with some of the walkability in a business district. I think it's too far out, but that's not my point. My job here is to apply, the zoning that's handed to us, right? And we're dealing with that. And I think it's great that we're identifying that maybe there's some density issues to get more urban feel. And I'm just trying to do it as logically as we can, because we look at how that whole area developed, right? It was US Route 1. We had how many cabins and motels did we have? We had Vacation Land Motor Inn. We had, the Cascade Inn and Convention Center. It was always geared to that commerce traffic, right? But we never had zoning that was inclusive enough where we throw the plan out there, but we're at the mercy of the developer and what they bring to us, right? So now it's, as you drive down, you leave Ross Road and go into the 195 overpass, and it's commercial. We have cabinet places, we have campgrounds, we have still some hotels left, right? We have a big RV dealership right in the middle. Then we go down, we have a gas station and movie, and it's like there's very little residential there at all. And how do we have that feel? And I get it. We spent a lot of money as a city, and we wanted the infrastructure, the sewer, all the way out to the line, and we achieved it. So now we have this opportunity for growth out there. We were promised a lot in the whole Scarborough line, the Park North area, and we're seeing a lot of units come in. Hopefully we're going to see this mixed use start to develop. There's a few things, the coffee shops popped up, right? We have some of that going on. Some of it hasn't survived. Hopefully whatever comes in will. And we're seeing success on the Scarborough side, right? They're doing the Dunstan Tap and Table and the higher density there, and that kind of flows, right? So we're flowing across the line. I just have a harder time saying, how do we do this in this section of our commerce district, right? And that's just, to put that much residential in there is just, it's kind of hard. This would be perfect in my mind out at the Scarborough line, but we sit back and we don't have maybe they don't have the tools in the economic development team to get the developers where we want them, because this would have looked good like on something like the Tradesman Garage location, right? Where you're trying to mix in, some very residential areas with a different use, but it's what the applicant brings before us. And that's what I just have a hard time with, is how do we balance, we're supposed to be enforcing the zoning ordinance, and when it says very much an urban feel, I have to kind of go and, well, what does that urban feel mean? You look it up, and they're very much talking about high density, city living, walkability, and that's when I think, oh, infill development, and that's what we want in our downtown and the Route 1 corridor, this side of the 195 spur. So I just, for me, it's like, how do we truly say this is compatible with, auto dealerships all the way around it? It's just a very different use. And I get it, it's buyer beware, but in 50 years, there's going to be another group on this planning board saying, well, how come it's kind of like all those hotels and motels. What were they there for, It's because we don't have enough to entice the people that are willing to invest in our community where we want them to invest at the right time. And that's just kind of where I am right with this one. And I don't mean anything negative to the project, just think it would work better in an area where we are having that type of growth already, where you can walk to the local bar, you can walk to Ziggy's Coffee Shop or Aroma Joe's, and that's just my interpretation of what their vision for Route 1 is supposed to be when they're giving us wording like urban development. I'm thinking something much higher density, multi-use, and obviously if it doesn't fit because our zoning lot density doesn't work, we need to look at that again. So, thank you.
Yeah, and if I can, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
I mean, one of the things that was mentioned in the discussion point was, tools and stuff. Right now, we don't have a plan to share with developers. That's what the whole point of the Portland Road area plan is for. That's grant funded. We can't pull that out and say this is where we want residential. This is where we want commercial. It's just all a mix of uses on Portland Road right now based on the zoning. So hopefully this plan will help give some direction. That's why we're undergoing it. And it's not going to be the end all be all, but like when developers come to see us with applications, we don't have something that says we want this to be here, we want residential here. It's just one big zone. So it is a little bit of what we get through the door and what deals are made in the market, but it's also what direction we're giving and what we can offer as far as more details in our plans. And we have a great comp plan, but now we just have to build on that and get that in a place where we can share it more widely.
Thank you, Emily. Camille.
Sorry. Yeah, one thing I want to point out, again, going back to the comprehensive plan, where this development lies, it's in the quarter transformation section. And one of the things that it notes, it's actually pretty interesting, is kind of the future growth of this area, which encompasses building neighborhoods, walkable streets, retail activation, et cetera. So just kind of a thing to know, the fact that today it is pretty auto-oriented, but over time, I think the goal is to make it a place where these type of projects flourish and build activation for the community. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts from board members? All right, so Caleb, I think we touched upon a lot tonight and this morning here. So you have some updated information, tree survey, some high-intensity soil mapping that's been done that you'll present to us. Topics we discussed tonight, buffering being a big one. I guess maybe some further discussion, whether it being in a narrative or maybe some renderings, but sort of building upon, that Portland Road character and how this works into it and complements itself and the rest of the neighborhood. Those are sort of big picture from some of the other discussions we've had this evening, but I think that's sort of where the board's at today. But I think that was a good discussion here. Anything else to add, Jeff?
So I guess when how it blends the renderings, are you thinking kind of like the street view that we've asked from applicants, if they could give us some kind of a conceptual street view of what they think that commercial space is going to look like, and then how the residential might blend in from the back, so as you're driving by, the Route 1 curb view, if you will? Is that what you're kind of thinking to help?
I think that's a great tool to help communicate and present what's happening. I think it's worked very well in the past. I think the board, it's easily understandable, especially since we're talking about how it works in that urban context in Portland Road, and we're talking about the scale and the size and, you know, bulk of everything. That's sort of where we're getting at, where we have multiple smaller buildings opposed to larger buildings in a more typical urban feel that maybe we're more familiar with. But yeah, it's a great tool, I think, to help communicate the project's intent and plan. So that's, I don't think I'm saying we must have that, but since we've had so much discussion about that urban context of this project, I think it would be a great tool myself. But yeah. Okay, great. Anything from us that we've left?
No,
unclear or gray?
nothing additionally. We can certainly get back with the team and see if we can provide a rendering for it. I think my read on the discussion was kind of more just talking about the use itself, not so much the look of the building. I don't know if that was also the case, but if the board would like to see a rendering, we can certainly put one together.
Yeah, I think you answered the question on the use. I think that's, while the board doesn't control who goes in there, but I think understanding the use, and like Emily said, we're somewhat limited to the tools we have based on how the ordinance is written.
Sure. Well, we can certainly provide that. So I have that, and then certainly additional information. We have responses coming forward for peer reviews, and we'll see you in a month.
Okay, great. So, yes, sir.
Sure. I'll move to continue this matter generally till March 18th.
Thank you for the motion, Jim.
Mr. Chair, I believe we
We already
had motion and passed on that. I made the motion, Joyce seconded, passed 5-0 for March 18th.
To continue the public hearing.
I thought it was a motion to continue. Oh, how did you have it, Joyce? Let's go ahead and do another motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, we did it in the sense of the public hearing, so I thought we were,
Right.
I guess,
I
not the whole
thought the
application.
last motion was just to continue the public hearing to the 18th, so that's,
So Jim's made a motion to continue application review to March
yes,
18th then?
yes.
I will second.
Okay. So motion made by Jim, second by Jeff, to continue application review for this item till March 18th. Additional discussion. Those in favor, Jim,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Camille.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Caleb.
Mr. Chair, can I just take care of a couple housekeeping items?
Yes, please.
Camille should just note, I know she's already participated, but make sure that we have on the record that applicant's fine with participation moving forward on this application. 'Cause
Yes.
I just realized that the first time we saw this was January 30th. Sorry, just realizing it. And then if I can just go over my list of items that you want the applicant to return with.
Sure. So my apologies for it. So Camille, you've reviewed the application materials. I suspect, do you have any concern continuing participation on
No
this?
concerns, and yes, I have reviewed the materials.
Fantastic. And then board members, any concerns? Applicant, excuse me.
No concerns.
Great, thank you. And then Emily, you want to touch upon your list for the applicant?
Yes, and just tell me if I'm missing something. I got high-intensity soil survey, response to peer reviews, which they're working on. I think I had something in here on additional tree information. Is that something we're requesting, or?
That's been completed. That will be submitted shortly.
Gotcha. So that'll come with the peer review, the responses. And conceptual street view rendering of what the commercial space will look like, along with information about how this use will work with other uses within the section of Route 1. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so board members, we have a few remaining items on our agenda this evening. If we wish to continue, we need an official motion to continue beyond 9 PM if the board is willing. Our two remaining items are an application of completeness review for Cascade Road, map 48, lot 5 and 6, and continued application review and public hearing for 195 residential dwelling units at Waterfall Drive. How does the board feel? We're 9:15.
I was going to say, I think we can take care of item E, as the planning department has suggested that that matter be tabled to the March 4th meeting at the applicant's request. So I'd move to take that item out of order so we can dispose of that issue.
So maybe an all-encompassing thought to adjust the order, take up item E quickly, and then are you suggesting to begin item D as well?
Not at this time. I'm just suggesting dealing with item E because I know that's something that we can resolve quickly and easily because it's at the request of the applicant to continue it.
So in a motion format, do we need a motion, Emily? Or can we just adjust that item?
Yep, just go ahead and make a motion to take up the item after 9 o'clock and adjust it to the next item on the agenda.
Right. I'd move to take item E out of order, despite the late hour.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, in the second. Jeff, any additional discussion? Those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to adjust the agenda item and take up item 7E, Waterfall Drive. So,
Sorry, go ahead.
sorry, was that you? I didn't see. Do you vote?
Mr. Chair, I was, based on the staff materials, which indicate that the applicant has requested that the review be tabled until our March 4th meeting, I would move to table the review of the application to the March 4th Planning Board meeting.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion to table this item to, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around here quick, to the March 4th meeting? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
So, Mr. Chair, I move that we continue past our 9 o'clock cutoff to take up agenda item D for Cascade Road, to start the review with a hard cutoff of 9:45 p.m.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Jim, to continue our meeting this evening and take up item 7D beyond our 9 o'clock timeframe with a stop at 9:45. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. So with that, our next item on the agenda is item 7D. This is Cascade Road, map 48, lot 5 and 6. And this is a application of completeness review for site plan, conditional use, and site location of development for a proposed athletic sporting complex with a athletic dome building, turf field, and associated site improvements. Any disclosures or conflicts from board members on this item? And with that, Emily, do you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're reviewing this for site plan, conditional use, and site location of development review, delegated authority. I encourage the board members to review it thoroughly since you are doing that delegated review. Looking forward, we have departmental reviews from fire department and from public works. We also sent this for a traffic peer review, landscape peer review, lighting peer review, wetland delineation, and wildlife peer review. A couple questions we have are whether the board would like to host a site walk and if the board would like to request comments from the Conservation Commission moving forward. As staff, we have been told that there will be a subdivision application that will also encompass this lot that the applicant is now looking to submit. So we've recommended that based on the timing of everything, we just received that subdivision application this week. Based on I don't think it was anticipated. It sounds like that they needed this before they started the site plan review, but based on the timing of when these will be reviewed, I think it would be appropriate to review them at the same time, around the same timeline. Since this lot will be part of that subdivision. As far as shoreland zoning, there is some area that is in the resource protection overlay district. We've recommended that be pulled back out of that RP zone as much as possible, but if it's not, it does require a shoreland permit for grading. The public sewer connection, this application is being asked to go on septic system design. Details need to be provided, or the applicant can go to the public sewer connection. There is public sewer in the area for water quality considerations. We highly recommend that that's very closely considered. We have lighting comments that are to be addressed, some sidewalk and connectivity questions. We kind of gave you a list here, so I won't go through each thing, but I just recommend looking through it and asking the applicant any questions regarding each one of these standards and comments that we have here. I did want to note here that we have received review comments. This is not a public hearing, so those comments came in a little bit after the 5 p.m. deadline on Thursday, before the packet was due. We did not have a chance to go through them, so a couple of these things that we have on the discussion list might already have been addressed. But those comments will be distributed in the next meeting packet, and we believe this is in accordance with the Planning Board SOP.
Great. Thank
Thank you.
Emily. Board members, any questions for Emily at this moment? Emily, real quick, can you refresh our memory? We had a project. It was there was question about requiring the project to connect to the sewer because they were X distance from it. Would this project not be applicable to that same requirement, or how does that come into play here?
So the connection requirement is within 200 feet, and the difference here is that this is a bigger building. This is a use that we're going to see people coming in and out of, and there's sewer availability right within that area. It's not a residential 2-unit or 4-unit development. This is a larger development. The septic system that is being proposed, if it is a septic system that ultimately gets designed there, we really want to check the flows and make sure that it's being designed for the right size. But I'm always going to recommend if it's a use where we have a lot of people coming and going and there's sewer in the area. I know it's a little bit farther away, they'd need a pump station, but the recommendation from staff is that be significantly reviewed.
Okay, so but we're beyond that threshold on this one.
We are
right?
beyond the 200 feet.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right.
And also to understanding, and I understand that there's different timeline considerations, but the subdivision application, if that comes in, that has come in now, so we'll want to make sure that that gets in front of you all so that you can take a look at that if there are any implications that need to be considered as part of the site plan application.
Okay, understood.
Okay, thanks.
Any thoughts for Emily at this time?
Well, just one. So where is the subdivision going to be? Is it the lot that's closer to Route 1?
So I'm sure the applicant can address questions, but it will encompass this lot that you're looking at
Okay.
because of how the sales are working. So I just recommend that when you see this next, we have that subdivision with it so you can see them both at the same time.
So my question is, it looks like there's a lot closer to Route 1, and if that's part of that, what's going to be the subdivision, then that subdivision would be within 200 feet of the sewer, right? Because that's right on, it's going right down Route 1.
I'm not sure because there will be Cumberland Farms got approved in the very front.
I see.
So, but it's a good question. So, I mean, that's something that has to be reviewed as well.
All right, great. Thank you, Jim. All right, with that, we have the applicant with us this evening. Go ahead.
We just have to click it? How do I get the... I'm plugged in, but I don't know if it's... Okay. Well, while we're getting that set up, how much time do I have? 20 minutes? Okay. Silas Canavan with Atlantic Resource Consultants. We are the civil engineers for the project. Sorry about that, I should have told you earlier. So yeah, once we get this up, I can show you guys, there's a question about the subdivision, I will show you that. But just so you are aware, our client, who is, great, thank you very much. So our client, who is proposing the athletic complex, if you can see everyone can see the plan, I assume, in front here? Okay,
Yes.
so if you can see the blue border, that's the entire parcel that is being subdivided as part of this. The parcel to the left, the one that you mentioned is along Route 1, that has been divided off previously. And part of the confusion here was the owner and the potential buyer didn't realize that they couldn't split off another lot without going through subdivision, because it hasn't been 5 years. So that all kind of came to light a little bit down the road. So now we are proposing the subdivision as a separate project, because that's actually being done under the owner of the lot. And then our client has a purchase and sale agreement on what's bound in red here, which is called Lot C on that subdivision plan. So this subdivision application has been submitted. It is in process, so you will be seeing it soon. But again, we do have right title interest to this red area because they do have a purchase and sale agreement for that area, as, you know, obviously conditionally upon the subdivision being approved and this site plan being approved as well. So that's a little bit of background on the subdivision piece of it. Just going over the existing conditions of the site a little bit. So we're on Cascade Road, as you can see, and we have Cascade Brook running through a portion of the site. That actually will end up being the border between what's called Lot A and Lot C of the future subdivision. And then you can see we've got a number of wetlands as well, kind of spread throughout the property. The entire property is owned by one person. There is a kind of an odd historical tax map lot in the middle of it. Is called Lot 6. You can see that little rectangle right in there. But they are all owned by the same person, same entity. So it is all considered one lot. And there's really no historic deed reference to that little parcel. So as far as the surveyors are concerned, it really all is one property owned by one person. The development property is about 12.1 acres, and it's located in the PR district, and a portion of it in the RP zone along the edge of Cascade Brook. It's currently primarily undeveloped, and as I mentioned, there's a stream going through in wetlands, and there is one vernal pool out there on the property that has been studied, and it is not a significant vernal pool from the DEP perspective. But it is still considered a vernal pool from Army Corps perspective. So the project will be, it's proposed in 2 phases. So phase 1 is the right side of the page here. It's a $75,000 air-supported dome building to house an athletic field and 6 pickleball courts. And then surrounding that is a parking lot with 166 parking spaces now. And then to the west is what's going to be considered phase 2, which would be a synthetic turf athletic field, soccer field. And then there will be potentially some bleachers and kind of a little warm-up lawn area associated with that as well. From a utility standpoint, we've got water coming in from, well, the site is accessed from Cascade Road, obviously. We've got water, public water available from Cascade Road. We are still in conversation with both the fire chief in Saco and the state fire marshal office. This building is a little bit of a unique, different animal than what people are used to seeing. So the sprinkler question is kind of hanging out there right now. It's our belief right now that sprinklers are not required for this building based on the use and occupancy, but we are confirming that. We will obviously adjust the plan as however necessary, however that turns out. The Saco fire chief has stated that they will go along with whatever the state fire marshal office recommends for the situation. So we're in touch with both, so we'll be adjusting that as the plan goes along. Underground electric coming in from the street. We've got Unitil is actually going to be extending the gas main and Cascade Road as well, and we will be tying into that. So there's been discussion with Unitil on that already. They will be doing the design and permitting for the gas main extension, and we'll be tying into it at that point. The question about sewer. So as you mentioned, we are significantly farther away. The actual closest sewer connection is right across from Waterfall Drive, which is up here. There's a couple things. It's over 1,000 feet away from our site. If you were to go along Cascade Road, it's about 600 feet away from our site. If you were to go under Cascade Brook, that would be a tremendous effort in both cases. So you're looking at a $100,000 sewer connection with a force main, a pump station, either going under the brook or traffic control to get along Cascade Road. We've also done some significant research on what kind of flows this site will generate. We've looked at 5 different similar facilities throughout New England. We've got one in Massachusetts that the clients have a connection with. We've looked at 2 in New Hampshire, and we've looked at 2 in Maine. And all of them, well, the one that generated the most water usage out of all those was about 200 gallons per day, and it was a very similar site to what we're proposing. The other sites in Portland, there was 2 in Portland, there was 1 in Gorham, and there were 2 in New Hampshire. They all average just a little bit over 100 gallons per day for sewer flow. Very minimal. I mean, that's less than you would typically have from a single-family house. We've been in discussion with DHHS about that because it doesn't fall into their standard table of uses for this particular type of use. We originally proposed 200 gallons per day to be conservative, and then they came back. There was some discussion with DHHS. Eventually, we agreed on building a 600 gallon per day septic system, and DHHS was okay with that. We know from these other sites and from the actual usage is going to be somewhere around 200 gallons per day, so it's very minimal. This is based on metered usage from very similar facilities in New England. The septic system effectively will be oversized 3 times, times the size that it really needs to be for what it's gonna see from a wastewater generation standpoint. So for all those reasons, and also, the ordinance says, if you're more than 200 feet away from septic, then you don't have to tie in. So it just doesn't seem practical for many reasons, and so that's why we're proposing septic for this very low flow situation. Also, just the bathroom situation in general. There's, I believe, 2 stalls and a urinal in the men's room, maybe 3 stalls in the women's room, and like 1 or 2 sinks. And that's it. There's no food prep, there's no showers, there's no locker rooms, so it's very minimal water usage for the entire site. Stormwater, we have, moving on to the next page here, very robust stormwater system. Most of it is taking place underground. We've got 3 subsurface soil, sand filters below ground with chamber systems. Those all flow into 2 very significant chamber detention systems. And then those ultimately outlet towards the brook, but it's at a trickle, basically. It's less than 1 CFS outlet from each one of those systems in the 50-year storm. Or sorry, the 25-year storm probably. We have looked at the 2, 10, 25, and 50-year storms. We meet all the pre- and post-development standards, and we meet all the DEP standards for treatment, as well as City of Saco. The athletic field itself, those are kind of unique. The DEP considers those to be self-treating systems. They're completely permeable, so water passes right through them, and it effectively infiltrates right into the significant amount of fill that you have to put underneath these. So those are self-treating, and very little runoff actually comes out of those as well. But we factored all that into our stormwater design, and again, meeting all the city and DEP standards for stormwater. From environmental standpoint, we've got about 4,500 square feet of wetland fill. As you can see, we're kind of shoehorned in here. There's not a lot of space. We looked at a few different orientations, flopping the building in the field and parking in different areas. This is the layout we have now is by far the lowest amount of wetland impact that we are able to come up with and provide the number of parking spaces we need, as well as the proposed uses. We do have a little bit, I'm going to zoom in here. You can see we have a little bit of our access road coming through here that is within the 75-foot setback. I know there's a lot of line. Actually, I'm going to go to a different plan. It's a little easier to see. Less contours here. If you follow my cursor, there's the 75-foot shoreland zone. We do have a short section of the access road that goes through that. It's our understanding from the ordinance that, if you can prove that there's no practicable way to get that access road out of the shoreland zone, then it is permittable. Again, we've gone through many iterations of this, and this is the layout we feel is the best for the site, and there's really no practical way to get ourselves completely out of the shoreland zone with the access road. Sorry, going back to environmental for a second, we did submit a NERPA permit for with the DEP and the Army Corps, and we have received approval of our DEP Tier 1 permit. Still waiting to hear back from the Army Corps on theirs. From a traffic perspective, we have looked, we had a traffic engineer look at trip generation, and how it works out is phase 1, which would just be the building and the parking lot, does not trigger a traffic movement permit. Phase 2, which would be the addition of the turf athletic field, the additional trips that would generate would trigger a main DOT traffic movement permit. So at this time, we're proposing phase 1. We're proposing that the entire site be approved with the condition that phase 2 cannot be built until we get a traffic movement permit from the main DOT, and whatever conditions come along with that at the same time. We are requesting 2 waivers for the project. One would be 230-807 subsection 4, and that's to basically what that standard says is your steepest slope along road banks and embankments can be 2 to 1. It can't be steeper than 2 to 1. We're proposing 1.5 to 1 with turf reinforcement matting. The reason for that is it reduces wetland impact, it reduces clearing in the 75-foot setback. It reduces permitting from the Army Corps and the Maine DEP. And honestly, if we went with a 2 to 1 slope, and we would have to be further into the wetland, which then the DEP would ask us if there's a practical way to not do that, and we'd have to say, yes, there is, a 1.5 to 1 slope. So I think they would push us to this anyway, regardless of whether we have 1.5 to 1 or 2 to 1 slopes proposed. I think we would end up here from a DEP permitting perspective. And then the other waiver is for site lighting at the front of the entrance. So there's kind of an awkward property line here. It's a little hard to see, but there's a different plan. The right-of-way line actually curves out significantly away from if you're following my cursor, away from the traveled way. I think at one point, a long time ago, there was kind of a curve in Cascade Road, and then they straightened it out at some point, but didn't adjust the right-of-way. So our entrance is actually quite a bit further away from the traveled way than the edge of the right-of-way, which is, unusual. We feel like it's important to have a well-lit entry, as you typically would on any site, but we will have to have light spillage within the right-of-way that exceeds the 0.1 foot candle standard there in order to make that happen. So if you were to draw a straight line where the right-of-way typically would be right there, light spillage would be minimal over that line, and there is no light spillage that goes beyond the center line of Cascade Road. So anybody using the park across the street wouldn't feel any impact from it. I think that was it. If we have time, we did have somebody here to talk about the field lighting, because that is a unique part of the project. If you guys are willing to listen to that, we could have him go next.
Board members, any questions for the applicant right now? Do you want to? All right, sure. Continue with field lighting. Sure.
Alan Grady, I'm with Musco Lighting. Thank you guys. I'll try to be quick here. I figured pictures are worth kind of 1,000 words here. So we've been in business since about 1976. We've specialized in spill and glare, and athletic field lighting is all we do. Thornton Academy has our lights, some older generation. You can see through here how we specialized over the years, going from I used to be a Parks and Rec director. I thought all lights were just like what they were in 1977. So now we're really focusing, getting the right amount of light on the field with minimal spill and glare with our LEDs here. How much light do you need? We are following Illuminating Engineering Society recommendations for high school level of play. So this field, I believe, has 30-foot candles of light. It follows uniformity as well. So we're getting the right amount of light onto the field to make it safe for their players. These are what our bases look like. We can do a stamped foundation design with our bases, show exactly what our depth needs to be. If we need to do a different type of foundation design based on the geotech report, we can do that as well. I know I've heard there might be ledge, there might be water, so our structural team can create that foundation design for you as well. So I did want to show some pictures of just some projects in Maine that we are doing. So this shows a softball field, an adult softball field, putting the light where it needs to go. This are tennis courts up at Messalonsky. Here's an aerial view of Kennedy Park in Portland. And really just notice the spill and glare, the cutoff, how dark it really can get just to the side of these courts and these fields. Another thing to notice here is the cutoff down by the trees at Gorham High School. These are all recent projects that are done. And this one at Freiburg and Kennebunk, we're very proud of. These are projects that were just installed this past year, and you can just really see that the light is going down where it needs to go, and the spill is really minimal, and the glare is really minimal. The design here has 4 70-foot poles, 30-foot candles of light on the field. It does show spill and glare readings in your handouts as well, so you see exactly what kind of light spill and light glare it looks like. So yeah, I know we only have about a minute, so I'll kind of leave it at that.
Great, thank you. All right, so that's good. You gave us a lot of information. Well, that's good. This is site specific here.
Yes, this is a rendering that they had done. The parking layout is slightly different, but the building location and the turf, it was just, the rendering was done while we were still in the works with everything. But yes, this is really what it will look like. This is the site.
Sure. And not to keep going, but I'm going to ask, of course. So in this rendering here, there's a lot of lawn out there, but that's not really the case.
That's not
for
the
site
case.
plan? Okay.
No, that's just there's a rendering miscommunication with the artist. No, that's all going to be, we're just going to clear the minimum amount of trees necessary for parking, access, and slope, and then there's actually a pretty significant buffer there still of existing trees.
Sure. Okay. So just briefly here, given the time and what we've worked on, Jim, just sort of real quick here, I'm just like a little straw poll. Do you have questions for the applicant? How do you feel about application of completeness?
I mean, I think I have more questions about that, so.
Okay.
I don't think I'm ready to vote on that right now.
Okay. Joyce, how about yourself?
I would probably be willing to find the application complete. I mean, there may be questions and updates, but for purposes of the amount of legwork that they've done and what they've provided us with so far, I think we have enough to move forward.
Sure, I'm just sort of a high level, generally speaking. Jeff, you have thoughts or concern? I guess just as overall big picture application completeness. I guess because what I'm looking for, if there's, to make sure that we provide the applicant with direction as necessary, I guess.
I guess I'm kind of on the fence. I mean, they have provided a lot of information, but I've got a lot more questions than answers. So I would probably decline at this point for completeness.
Sure. Camille, any thoughts, just generally speaking for the moment?
Generally speaking, I find the application to be complete on my behalf. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess with that, Jeff, why don't you briefly, if you don't mind starting,
My list of things that I usually would look for, so like I would want more information, if that what you're asking for, kind of when they come back.
Yeah, just sort of high level thoughts here on
the traffic movement permit was kind of a flag for me, how they're going to make it two phases to try to get below that 128 trips. Kind of understand it. I want to know how far apart they're talking about doing that. The setback area with the slope, kind of understand that. I'm wondering if there could be some changes that would be made. I really want to know, how does this comply with our design standards of Chapter 179? You need to kind of explain that, to sell it to me. What makes this different than what our design standards are for a site plan review? There's a lot of items there that can go down the list. The septic, I understand what they're getting at. I've seen a lot of the low flow installations, but they have their septic design right at the runoff of the building. What's the sheeting load of water that's running onto that? Like more information on that. Same thing, we talk about life safety. Fire department's kind of on the fence about sprinklers, well, until the state fire marshal comes down. What other supplemental support mechanisms do you have for public safety in the event of power failure? Do you have gas-powered diesel generator? Do you have gas-powered blowers? What do you have to make sure that people aren't going to be trapped in this building? So there's just, kind of a list in where they fall on the structure. I noticed the HVAC pad was relatively close to the parking. I want to understand more about the site runoff and the water being so close to the brook. Yeah, those are some of the big things for me that I really want more understanding of, so.
Sure.
Thank you.
I would be happy to answer any of those questions.
Sure, hold on just for a moment here. Jim, some of your thoughts and questions?
Well, I was looking at the conditional use application checklist, and there were a lot of things that were not checked off. So I just assumed that meant they hadn't been addressed. And so if they haven't been addressed, then we have a completeness problem. I was also, I just wanted to get more information about this building style and how this works, and I guess to build on Jeff's point, I'm not quite sure how these domes stay up or in the event of a power failure or whatever. I'd just like to know more about it and try to get a sense of the size. I mean, we have a couple of athletic facilities in Saco. There's one right on Route 112 and another one down the Lund Road. And just in terms of space and bulk, maybe this is twice the size. I mean, I don't know. But I'm kind of curious about that. The snow storage, I think the city engineer had some issues about that. You've had some abutters who've raised lots and lots of questions about buffering. And those, maybe you can answer all those tonight, but we're kind of running out of time. But those are some of the reasons I thought the application completeness is a little premature. I don't want to hold them up, but on the other hand, I think we just need to address those things.
Thank you, Jim.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, Emily.
Is this something that the board could maybe get a site walk scheduled? We could continue application completeness, because you did say you were going to stop at 9:45 and now it's 9:51. And we could continue application completeness to the next meeting, put it on with the subdivision application, so you kind of get a holistic picture of the development in that area.
Yes, that's,
Okay.
yeah, as you're always ahead of me, of course. That was my thought, though. Yeah, because I have thoughts and questions too, and I don't want to rush anything. I don't want anyone to feel like we're rushed. And I want the applicant to be able to get our full undivided attention, of course, as well. So, board members, as far as a site walk, those in favor of a site walk?
Yes, and I have my snowshoes, so I'm good.
Jim's packed his snowshoes this time. I'll have mine as well. I have 2 pairs, in case you forget yours. So, does another morning work? The mornings seem to work for a majority of us here. I know there's some that can't make it for those, but is there a time, Emily, as you suggested, if we get a site walk and continue this review and schedule a public hearing, as you mentioned, do we have a date that works for that? Do you have one on your schedule yet?
I was just suggesting the site walk, because the next meeting is March 4th anyway. And then the board can finish its business on continued application, completeness review, and schedule the hearing from there.
Okay, so let me circle back on it. So we could site walk on March 4th?
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Okay. And
the
then,
morning of March 4th.
And then continue this application. We can make this the first item?
It would probably be the second, but yeah.
Second item,
it would
okay.
be toward
So
the
we
top.
Okay, so we could do that. So does that, I guess as far as the applicant, does that date work for you to do a site walk?
March
with us?
2nd?
March 4th?
Oh, on the same day as the meeting?
Yes.
We can make it work.
Okay.
Sure. What time are they usually at?
Does 8 o'clock work again for board members?
Yes.
And
Jeff?
what exactly would you guys like us to flag, stake?
We typically like the building corners are big ones. Center line of roads, parking areas. The field layout would probably be, field layout, yeah, so field, building, Center Line of Road, sort of the big picture items, property lines, wetlands, items like that. I think Emily's got a checklist as well that she can send you. Jeff, does the 4th work for you?
It won't, but if it works for everyone else, go ahead. And
Is there, do you have another day?
unfortunately, no, there's a good chance from the 28th through the 8th I wouldn't be available in the morning, so.
Okay. Well, we'll be thinking of you.
But I enjoy those morning walks
I
and the
know
brisk,
you do.
brisk air.
I know you do. Well, let's, if we can, Emily, let's, I guess, as long as it works for the board members here, we'll do March 4th, 8 a.m. on site for a site walk.
And where would we park to enter the site? Where would be
There's the parking lot across the street at the trail. I don't know if that would be.
Okay, sure, that's fine.
The Cascade Trail?
Cascade Trail.
Okay.
Yeah. I think there's also a gravel pull-off right in the front of the site, although it probably isn't plowed, so probably won't work very well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, well, cautious with the with snowbanks, especially crossing the street there. But okay, so with that, I think we've generally thrown some thoughts out there, some initial thoughts. So maybe for that March 4th meeting, we can continue talking about some of those items.
Yeah, I could have answered 90% of them tonight, but we'll do it next time.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some good discussion. I think you've maybe seen from some of our earlier discussions here. We like good discussion comes from it. So with that, we have a scheduled site walk March 4th, 8 a.m. So I guess with that, if board members feel it's appropriate, we can continue application review to March 4th.
Mr. Chair, I move to continue application review to March 4th.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
Second.
Second by Jim. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to continue. All right, thank you, Silas. We'll see you March 4th. So, Emily, with that, our remaining items here, general correspondence, planning department updates, and board comments. Do you have any items within general correspondence and department updates or discussions?
No general correspondence. Department updates. I just wanted to note that I'd like to work with you, Mr. Chair, on a schedule for ordinance amendments. We have to finalize those ordinance amendments that we started working on last year I went to a council workshop in. So I have a long list, and so I'd like to sit with you and go over that schedule and then bring that to the board as FYI.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any board member comments? All right, with that, we will move to adjourn at 9:58 p.m. Thank you, everyone.